Up, 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 up. All aboard!
Yes, pick it up, boy. You're not so it's no girl either. First and ever counts when they're out down here with them. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, dear Foxy.
I'm glad to see you. Doopy 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 doop. Let's go!
Smile, down your smile.
You know this old world is a good world after all.
Smile, down your smile.
And right away watch Lady Luck pay you a call. Things are never black as they are painted.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome. I hope you enjoyed the cartoon. Optimum tried to stop us. They tried to prevent us from finishing it, but we were able to watch all of it, and for that I am glad. Howdy do, folks. Hello. Let me see whomst is here tonight, so that I may welcome you and say hello. Hello and welcome. Teeter, KG, Jay. Hi guys. Welcome to stream. It was all a dream. Whoa. No way. That's crazy. Gotta love it was all just a dream endings. There's sometimes a cop-out. They are often a they're a cop-out, but they're still fun. Yeah. But yeah, too bad, internet. We finished that cartoon. Yeah, just had to listen. It's an Optimum brand projector. Just had to slap the projector a little, and it gets working again. Yeah. Hello, Emily. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, sending a screenshot to Giddo because it looks fun. Don't call me Giddo. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. Baba Booey. Welcome, Peppermint. Howdy do. But yeah, for a little context, we'll kind of hop into this first, and then I'll go about the rest of the stream proper. Talking about, stuff and things I did throughout the week. It was a good week, by the way. It was a very busy week. I did a lot this week, and a lot happened this week. But yeah, so for a little added context, this coming Tuesday, I'm teaching a class at the Sussex County Teen Arts Festival called A Beginner's Guide to Rubber Hose Cartooning, which just kind of goes over a lot of the basics and fundamentals of drawing cartoons the old-fashioned way. And it's just a kind of a fun little class. It's 45 minutes. Where I go over the ins and outs of drawing, sort of rubber hose cartoons, whether it's sort of a homogenized style between Fleischer and Disney and Warner Brothers and all the stuff that was going on. But yeah, and it's going to be really fun. And so we're doing, at the beginning of tonight's stream, we're doing a little rehearsal, a little practice. Let me just get up a timer. I will only have, at the Teen Arts Festival, 45 minutes to convey all the information that I wish to convey. So, I am going to abide by those limitations and stay within the 45 minutes to explain everything and to get everything out. That's the first time I used Giddo. I was thinking about the grass goat Pokemon. You like Skiddo? You like Skiddo? You don't like Skiddo? I do like Skiddo. Skiddo's great. Go-Goat's great. They're really cool. Go-Goat was in Smash Brothers on 3DS and is a mild annoyance, but is still a really fun Pokemon to be included. But yeah, so I'm going to stay within the 45-minute time limit. Hopefully I should be able to get everything said and done. There is a lot to say, and there's very little time to say it. So I'm gonna go. I hope you guys have all had a great week. Skidoo? Is it Skidoo? I thought, it's Skidoo. Like blue Skidoo. We can do, boo. Okay. 45-minute class or your money back. I actually don't know if the kids are paying to come to this. I don't know. But with that out of the way, without further ado, I welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and goyles, to a beginner's guide to rubber hose cartooning. And so, we shall begin. So, and I've already blanked. Okay, so a big kind of problem that cartoonists and animators faced in the 1930s was that they knew they were going to have to draw their characters hundreds, if not thousands of times in order to make one 5 to 7 minute cartoon. That cartoon we just watched was about 7 minutes. And they have to draw their characters hundreds, if not thousands of times in order to make one cartoon. So what they did is they decided to start finding easier ways to start drawing their characters. And one such way was they would build their characters out of basic geometric shapes. That way they could easily draw them over and over again without much stress. What I am going to do, and you'll have to forgive me for my very poor skills with drawing with a mouse, is what I'm going to do is I am going to break down for you what I like to call the anatomy of a tune, where I am going to first draw the basic outline, the basic geometric shapes of a character, and then define those shapes as we go, piece by piece, breaking down different ways to draw things and how things were drawn. And so I figured, hey, Steamboat Willie just went public domain, so let's draw a funny little animal character. So we're going to draw Sherwood in the style of the 1930s. So first things first, we're going to start with just some basic geometric shapes. That brush is way too big. And that will sort of act like the skeleton for our character. So we're going to have circle for our head. This brush is really thick. Let's see, we'll start with a circle for the head, and then we'll come down to the body, which is sort of, what you can do actually, what is often done, is you do another circle for like the stomach. And then you add in, then you just kind of shape out the rest of the body. And then we'll add, that's a little chunky for Sherwood, admittedly. Smaller circle, that works. And then we have these lines for the rest of the body. Just make an amogus. Don't tempt me, I will, because they're very geometric. Next, we have our hands, which we're also just going to start out with basic circles. This one is going to be a slightly different position. And then last but not least, we're going to have our feet. And don't worry, we will get to the arms and the legs. They will factor into this. And so now we have a very basic sort of outline for our character. And when we want to do arms and legs, you know, we'll connect them. So we're going to start from the head, and then we're going to work our way down. Now, one of the most iconic things about cartoons from the 1930s are the eyes. Easily one of the things that people think about the most when you're talking about, you know, oh, old cartoons. I'm just going to make this a little bigger for myself to make it a little easier to work with. When you talk about old cartoons, one of the things that people think about first is the eyes. And there's a very iconic style of doing eyes for 1930s cartoons. And that is the old iconic Pac-Man eye. Oh, hey, we're back. Okay. Okay, we're back. In my excitement, I actually forgot to go over something with whatchamajig, with mouths, or with heads, with shapes, really. So I'll backpedal a little, and we'll resume before I get too caught up in eyes, because eyes you can really get caught up with eyes. So the reason why you want to build your characters out of basic geometric shapes, and the reason they would do this, is because basic geometric shapes are easy to build and construct from any angle possible. Let's say you're drawing a character's head. That head, the basic shape that you start out with the head for is a circle. Well, guess what? What's that circle going to look like from the front? It's going to be a ball. What's that circle going to look like from a profile? It's going to be a ball. What's that head going to look like from the bottom? It's going to be a ball. What's that head going to look like from a diagonal upwards 3/4 angle? Guess what? It's still going to be the exact same shape. So we start out with these basic shapes, and then we define things off of them. We use them as building blocks to help us build characters quickly and to draw them easily. So getting back into eyes, which was where we got interrupted before, thank you, Optimum. The sort of most iconic way that people draw eyes in the style of the 1930s is these very basic sort of Pac-Man, you know, shaped pie slice eyes. And sometimes you'll see them, you know, just draw them outside of a pupil. I've done that before. Sometimes they'll draw an eyeball first, and they'll put them inside of a pupil, or they'll put the pupil inside of them. That's oftentimes how you see people draw them, and that's, you know, it's decent enough. But it does help to include and to draw proper eyes, like proper, you know, outlining the eyes on your characters. There's a new number of different ways to draw eyes, and I will go over some of them. So as you can see, we've got sort of this basic style, which is very prevalent in early Mickey Mouse designs, where you'll just have where you'll have two big eyeballs that are just kind of pressed together, and you'll have the little Pac-Man pupils on the inside. Or you might see, you know, as mentioned before, you might see the pupils on their own. One character that I adore, one of my favorite 30s cartoons, is... Let me know when you can hear me. And back, we're back. Okay, we're back. All right. So what I was going to say, continuing my timer from 39 minutes. So this is one of my favorite 1930s characters. This is Grampy, and he has a really fun design. And something really cool about Grampy's eyes is the way that they're drawn, because they're drawn a bit differently from what you'd expect. Grampy has the traditional pie slice eye, but what's really interesting is that his eyes aren't outlined all the way around. You'll notice they're only partly outlined. This is a really kind of neat way that you can see that this, like, sometimes he doesn't even have the outlines at all. And this is kind of a very neat way that you'll see that this style is very much so alive and well today, as you'll often see this sort of similar style of not completely outlined eyes in a lot of anime. You'll see that very frequently. And so with Grampy's eyes, you might just draw, you know, say maybe a C shape around them, or even just kind of this. Give them one of these. Now, something very important to know about eyes in the style of the 1930s is how the pie slice works. The pie slice does not simply get placed around Harry Carey easily. Think of it this way. The pie slice is an indicator of which direction that your character is looking. So let's draw a lovely set of eyeballs. Whoop. So we've got this set of eyes, right? Now let's say that we want to have a character who is looking forward, right? Who's looking to the right. We'll draw the pie slice, and we'll make sure that it's on the opposite side of whatever direction that the character is looking. So you'll see what side of the eye is the pie slice on? It's on the left side of the eye. What direction is the character looking? It's on the right side of the eye. He was like white eyes amongst the outlines. Yes, that's something cool about Grampy's design. I mentioned it before, Optimum cut out, is that with Grampy, his eyes aren't actually colored separately from his skin. They're just the same. It's the same shade of gray. The inside of the eye, as evident by, sometimes he doesn't have the eye outlines. Unlike a lot of other characters where you would see this would be colored in white, the irises, or not the irises, but the inside of the eye would be colored in white. With Grampy, it is not. But yeah, important detail is use the pie chips as sort of a way of indicating to the audience, aside from just visually, obviously, where your character is looking. So let's say that we've got a character who is looking down. Then what'll we do with the eyes? I'll tell you what we'll do with the eyes. We'll have the pie chips on the top of the pupils. This is one of those things that I didn't notice at first. But then when I did notice, I'm like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. It's so obvious. One more. If we want to have a character that's looking up and to the left, then what side of the pupil is the chip going to be on? I'll tell you what side of the pupil that chip is going to be on. The side of the pupil that chip is going to be on, it's going to be on the bottom right. Think of these like arrows. You could fill in this part of the eye with an arrow to tell you which direction the character is looking. Again, you can look at the eyes and tell, but it is a fun little detail to notice, hey, there's an arrow in this eye. It's pointing that way. So if you ever see a character who's got, like, say that your character is looking, say your character is looking to the left, but the chips are on the right, well, then you can tell, hey, that just don't look right. That looks, in fact, wrong. Another important thing about eyes in the 1930s style is that they rotate with the shape of the eye. Think of it sort of like you're rotating a ball. It's fitting because it is an eyeball. But you're not going to see eyes that are going to move around necessarily like... Eyes on a 1930s cartoon character don't move like this. They don't move around like this. So if your character is looking like this, or like this, or like this, or like this, or like this, this is incorrect. You want the eyes to move with, you want the pupils to move with the shape of the eye. I call them pie slice eyes. Yeah, you can call them pie slice too. There's really no proper name for them. To my knowledge, technically calling them Pac-Man eyes is incorrect because these came long before Pac-Man did. But that's just kind of one example I can give of what you could call them. So moving on, we shall continue drawing the face. So firstly, we're going to give Sherwood ears because he's a fox. And what do foxes have? They have ears. You could go, if you want to go really Art Deco, you could just give him very sort of pointy ears like this. Kind of almost like a cat's ears. You can make them very pointy. You often see a lot of angular designs from the period. You could do that. Felix the cat has ears like that. Pete in the Disney shorts has ears like that. But personally, I'm going to give him slightly more rounded, a little bit more stylistic ears. Like this. They're not going to be super long, but they are going to be rounded and come to a point. Because, you know, that's generally what the shape of, if you look at a fox, that's generally the shape of a fox's ears. And then we're going to do his hair next. So again, what are we going to start out with if we're making the hair? I always figured the chips represented light reflections. Yeah, no, they do, but they're more than just light reflections. They also indicate where the character is looking. So just like anything else, what are we going to do when we draw our hair? Well, we're going to start out our hair as a basic shape. We're going to start it out once again as a circle, and then we're going to define off of that circle. He's got an orange on his head, and now he has a swoop on his head. And with Sherwood, we're not going to overlap his eyes. We're gonna leave his eyes clear. And we'll erase the rest of this to make it a little clearer. Look at that, ain't that nice? Now, there's a number of different ways you can draw hair in this style. A good character to use as reference for maybe a shorter male haircut is Irving from, he appears in one Betty Boop cartoon, to my knowledge. But a good example here with Irving is you'll notice here's the shape of his head, and his hair is drawn directly onto the shape of his head. So again, this is how you could do a short haircut, where the hair is just, it's just plastered on. It is just painted right onto the character's head. Or let's say we're going to draw a character with longer hair, like Sally Swing up here. And we'll go to her proper model sheet. And with Sally Swing, you'll note, how does her hair start out? Her hair starts out as basic geometric shapes. When first drawing her bangs start out as a circle, and her hair in the back starts out as a circle. And then afterwards, it gets defined. We start with that basic shape. So this would be how we would start drawing the character's hair. And then afterwards, we go in and we define. It's all about definition. Another good example of a character with hair drawn right onto their head. Where is she? Here we go. Is Betty Boop. Where Betty Boop as well. You have the basic shape of the head, which is drawn. And then the hair is drawn right onto the shape of the head. And then afterwards, you get this little divot here. And then the top line is erased to better define the hair. That's an oval. Oval, circle. It is round. It is a round shape. Thank you. Let's say you want to draw a character who has a bun on their head, right? Good example, or has buns on the side of their head as well. Good example is Olive Oil. She has like this little kind of ponytail sticking up out the back. If you wanted to draw a character who had just their hair pulled back in a bun, you would start that out as a circle as well. Again, Sally Swing, good example. Yes, this is the same character. Where her hair pulled back in a bun, it's just a little circle. Very simple, very basic. And it's funny, you look at these things and you don't think to yourself, oh yeah, that's just a basic circular shape. And then it's like, oh hey, you see it on the character. It's like, that's what it is. But yeah. So then moving on from that, another good example of a way to draw hair will since this was brought up specifically by someone last time. It's to say we want to draw a character who has dreadlocks, right? What would be a good way to start out dreadlocks? Well, we wouldn't start it out as a basic shape because what would we do these over and over again? No. We'll make it simpler. We will start out dreadlocks sort of like a helmet where it'll come down and then it'll go over and back, right? this will come back up, sort of starting out as a helmet shape. And then from there, what will we do? We'll define the shapes therein. Again, this is really messy, but you kind of get the basics of it. That's what we would do if we wanted to draw a character who had dreadlocks. Very similar to how you would really draw kind of any hair, for that matter, is just sort of starting out with that basic shape and then working off of it. Yeah, just going to take a little sip. There we go. Okay, another sip. Now, Sherwood has a little bit of floof on his face, and you'll notice a lot of this stuff is staying within the shape of the head. Like this little bit of floof on his face, rounded shapes, but it stays within the head. It doesn't leave. And then if we want to give Sherwood a little lick off the back, a little lick of hair, just do a little whoop. There we go. Now for his snout. What is a fox without a snout, right? So we could do, a way we could do a fox's snout is we could start it out with sort of a lump here, a circle, right? We could start out a circle shape. That looks very sort of Mickey Mouse. But we could start it with sort of like a circular shape and then have it drag in diagonally. That could be one way you could do it. The way we're going to do it with Sherwood is we're just going to do a sort of directly off the front of the face, just sort of little shape. A big thing about drawing 1930s cartoons is that the style that a lot of the cartoonists were using, a lot of the cartoonists came from drawing newspaper cartoons. In fact, that's where the term cartoon comes from. A lot of the artists who started out, drawing 1930s cartoons were drawing for newspapers. And so when you're drawing for a newspaper, you have maybe, say, 2 or 3 panels to tell an entire story and to tell an entire joke. So they would have to really exaggerate features of characters to make it clear what kind of characters different people were and what they were doing. And so a lot of this is about exaggeration, looking at things and finding references. And he's going to have just a big old circular nose, basic circular nose. Yeah, really, it's all about exaggeration at times. But exaggeration within staying simple. It seems like an oxymoron. It kind of is. Just don't worry about it. All right. Next up on the boy, on Sherwood, is he has a lovely little bow tie, which once again, how are we going to start out that shape? I'll tell you how we're going to start out that shape. Oh, well, actually, his mouth. What am I talking about? His mouth. So, for his mouth, we're just going to start under his eye, curve down, go along the shape of the muzzle, and do the same here. Now, with mouths, there's a lot of interesting thing, and then we'll just put lines in through for the teeth. Very simple. Now, artists and animators back in the 30s understood that the more detailed you make something, the more terrifying it becomes. And mouths are very much so a evident point of that. Say that you are drawing a character who's supposed to be really mad, really angry, really aggravated, or they're even scary or evil. Maybe they're sort of the antagonist of the cartoon that you're watching or drawing. You might start out with sort of a frowning shape, and then you'll draw the lines through for the teeth. And then you'll put that center line to define the 2 rows of teeth. You typically will not include that center line to define the rows of teeth on a character who is supposed to look really happy or really joyful or that you're supposed to like, because that makes them look creepy, that makes them look scary. If you really want to exaggerate the emotion, you might even detail the gums so that you can see sort of the shape of the teeth and the gums around them. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that nice and scary? Isn't that beautiful? Pearly whites. He brushes every day. He flosses too, and I'm not talking to dance. That might be how you might draw a character who's really angry or really frustrated. Because again, a lot of this is all about exaggeration. You can do anything in a 1930s cartoon to really send home a mood or a point. You might have a character's head transform into a teapot to express how angry they are, or you might just have them really hard clench their teeth. With mouths, whether it's an open mouth or a closed mouth, you want to go for really nice round shapes. If you're drawing a tongue, you might include it as sort of little 2-lumped hill, little heart shape on the inside. An open mouth, you might do like a ooh right here, and then you'll show a little bit of the teeth at the top. Put that tongue in the bottom there, and then define where the lips are to help give that sort of oh, like oh, that whistling shape to the mouth. If your character's whistling, good example is Steamboat Willie, you might, just do a little black dot mouth and then make sure you detail where the cheeks are. And again, make sure you have sort of that top and bottom area where the lips should be as well. Let me see. Do I have any other really good notes about mouths? Not too many. Sometimes you often see, yes, a pog face. Yes. Sometimes you often see this shape. I've even used this shape where you have the cheek, the mouth very much buried inside of the cheek. That appears often. Sometimes people really exaggerate it by making the cheek really big on the character's face. You don't have to make it that big. Oftentimes you'll see the cheek will actually be pretty nice and small. Just a small little cheek off the corner of the mouth, to really show how happy this character is. That their mouth is so pulled back that it reaches to their cheek. If, say, we were drawing a human character, I forgot to go over this before. There's a variety of different ways to draw noses as well. Sherwood here just has a little circular button nose, but we might say give them a rounded nose, or even just a more flat nose. There's some very simple nose shapes to even keep an eye out for, like, for example, this one, which is just a letter G. Technically, it is backwards, but if you drew it this way, there you go. That's the letter G. Betty Boop has a really small C-shaped nose. You'll see a lot more rounded nose shapes, I've noticed. You won't see many things that are sort of harsh and angular like this. My character, Jerry Janitor, kind of breaks that rule with his just clock hands nose. You won't see a lot of those. You will see more kind of natural looking, more organic looking, curved and rounded noses. If you do see a straight nose, it'll have a rounded tip. You might even see like a SpongeBob nose pop out every once and again. Again, another good reference for that is, where is he? Is Irving, where Irving just has that big ol' goofy goober SpongeBob nose. Yeah. Let me see. How much time do I have left? We are at 22 minutes. Okay. If you have any questions, again, along the way, feel free to ask them, and I will be happy to answer them. Jerry is unique. That's why he's so nervous. Exactly. He's a little different. Yeah, there's a lot of different things you can get out of eyes, whether it's eyes, eye shapes. Sometimes if you're drawing a character blinking, like this reference of Bimbo here, you might not close the entire eye, but instead just close the pupil. It's weird, but they would do that sometimes. A character like Bluto or Popeye pretty much always have their eyes closed. Those are really good examples of them. I'm trying to think anything else I may have missed along the way. Yeah. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them along the way. And I will be more than happy to answer. So, we've gone over most of the face. Eyebrows, again. Eyebrows even, they go with eyes. And you might do a lot of fun little curved shapes. You won't see a lot of just like, oh, it's just this. No, there's a lot of nice fun curves and whimsy to eyebrows in this style. There's probably a lot of stuff I'm skipping over, and for that I am terribly sorry. I am terribly nervous. All right. Oh yeah, and even with some mouths, like this mouth shape, if the mouth is open wide enough, I'm sorry if I'm going all over the place, you might even include the teeth in the top of the mouth, especially if it's like a speaking mouth shape. You might include the teeth. Again, just like with the whistling face. Those teeth will be shown, and you'll have the little separations to show the individual teeth. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll keep moving it down. Another thing to work on with Sherwood here, right, is he's got a little bow tie. How are we going to start the bow tie out? I've always wondered how animators expressed Brock with his closed eyes. Exactly, right? Yeah, no, it's not just Pokemon being weird. No, tough guys just have closed eyes. That's just how they be. Sometimes they just do that. Yeah. So Sherwood has a bow tie. How are we going to start it out? Well, for the center of the tie, we just have a basic square. Then we have just little triangles, rounded at the corners, for the ears of the tie. And then we'll have a little definition, little lump coming out from the middle. Now, Sherwood doesn't wear any clothes. He's not a nudist. He's just an animal. And animals are uncivilized and don't wear clothes. But some animals are civilized. And wow, he looks really plump. Oops. Some animals are civilized and do wear clothes, such as Bimbo here, who does in fact wear, at the very least, he wears a shirt. And what's interesting about Bimbo's shirt is that it is drawn right onto his body shape, and the definition of where the shirt stops is simply made with this little ridge. Otherwise, that's just his body shape. So again, there's no need to draw extra detail here or there. It's just, nope, that's just the shape of his body. And how do they make sure that you know he's wearing a shirt? Well, they make it lighter than the rest of the color of his body, and they have a little ridge there. Sherwood had too much pizza. He did. Sherwood, my guy, my boy, my lad, you gotta cut back, pal. Sherwood's going on the Atkins diet real quick. There we go. That's more like it. There we go. Another example, the classic example, the obvious example is Mickey Mouse. And once again, if we look at Mickey, none of these have, well, this does have how his body is broken down and how his body is drawn. But you'll note his body shape, this is just the body shape. And then to define where the pants are, they just add a line here and make sure that it's a different color from the rest of him. And they add the pants, the pant legs to his shorts, and there you go. Bada boom. Clothing is generally pretty simple. If you're drawing a skirt on a character, it will flow with the shape of that character's legs and then cut off, just like you would expect a skirt to flow. Some clothes might have wrinkles or ruffles in them, like this. See where the shirt is clearly tucked into the skirt on Olive Oil. And yeah. Important detail to note, though, with clothes. And again, a lot of these things are very simple shapes. Like if we look at... who's a good reference to use for this? I mean, even looking at like Bluto here, what's the shapes on Bluto's shirt? Well, he's got his collar here, which is just another circle that's been cut into, and he's got just a single round button on the front of his shirt. Pretty simple. Now, for the sake of authenticity, something I recommend is keeping patterns, intricate patterns on your characters fairly limited and fairly basic. This is a class on illustration, not on animation, so you can bend a lot of these rules, but generally speaking, I would say if you're going to draw a character, say, with a striped shirt, don't draw your character with a million stripes that on every single frame, the animator animating your character is going to have to keep track of what stripes are what color. And some frames they might miss something, and they might forget, oh, this stripe was here and that stripe was there. There's 5 stripes, now there's 6 stripes. Oh, golly, it's a nightmare. So I would say if you're going to draw a character, say, with a striped shirt, keep it simple. Make patterns sort of integral parts of the design. Make them very simple and easy to understand. A good example was the cow that we saw briefly in Smile, Darn You Smile a few minutes ago, where the spots that were on the cow were very large and they were very distinct. And they had notable, for example, the cow had like one large round spot on its back. And that was very easy to track and remember where it was supposed to be. So keep patterns very simple. Don't give a character a scarf that has like 1,000,001 little triangles drawn on it that each are going to be a different color, because that's going to be a nightmare to keep track of for the sake of authenticity. You're talking to someone who is a fanatic of fur and body patterns. Yes, I'm not saying get rid of body patterns. I'm just saying keep them simple. There's a rule I usually say to follow with drawing 1930s cartoons, and that's the rule of kiss. If you've never heard of the rule kiss, I will explain the rule kiss to you. KISS is an acronym, and it stands for KISSH, which is keep it simple, sweetheart. So keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Make it easy to draw. Again, this is all about making and drawing characters that are easy to draw. Simplicity is bliss. I couldn't have put it better, Jay. But Sherwood may not wear clothes because he's uncivilized, aside from his gloves and shoes. But he does have a little fur patch on the front of his chest, which in this style makes him look like he's wearing a tuxedo. Look at that. It looks like a little fancy, little well-dressed man. Now for the fun part. This is where the rubber meets the hose. This is where the style gets its name from. We're going to finally draw the gosh darn arms and legs. Now, arms and legs in the rubber hose cartoon style are very much so what give the style its name, due to the way that they just sort of freely kind of flow without being held back too much by joints or worrying about those sorts of things. They might just sort of bend. They're very loose. They're very carefree. These are very poorly drawn limbs, so do forgive me for that. But oftentimes you'll see characters will just have sort of bending, like this one might be straight and you might have the leg bent like this. This is very much so where the style gets its name of rubber hose, because this is what people think. They think of characters bending and stretching in ways that feels like a rubber hose. That being said, don't be too preoccupied with always giving the runaround and the bended shapes to your character's arms. There is nothing wrong with, say, I want to draw a character who is who's about ready to throw a punch. There's nothing wrong with having an arm that's a little bent, that has a definable joint in it somewhere. There's nothing wrong with that, because if you were to take a garden hose and bend a garden hose, as much as a garden hose will stay curved for the most part, the more you bend it, it is going to have that sort of noticeable joint in it at some point. And rubber hose limbs are absolutely no different. You'll even notice in a lot of the model sheets for these characters, say Betty Boop, where she has defined joints. Now, they're joints that are very softened, but they're not always just curved and bent. Bimbo here, he's got curved limbs. Bluto here, he has more jointed and structured limbs. Again, the joints are very rounded, but they are still present. Grampy is another character who throws caution to the wind and always has the sort of macaroni, or usually has the macaroni arms, but then other times he has proper jointed arms. You can even see he's got a little elbow there. Even Mickey, for as much as Mickey often does, you know, rounded and curved limbs, you might see, oh hey, there's a jointed limb. Yeah. And a great example with a lot of the Popeye characters, we'll go over to Popeye for a minute, is you'll see he starts out with the more traditional tube arm and then goes to a rounded shape for the forearm. If you're drawing, say, more, muscular or well-built characters, you might use round shapes to build their arms with. Might even give them sort of a circular little elbow width. A big thing I'm a stickler with in drawing in this style is keeping your proportions in proportion. You don't often see a rubber hose character who's supposed to be rotund or muscular, who say this is how their body is built, right? Who have little itty bitty tube limbs like this. That doesn't look natural. That looks like the robot from The Incredibles. Meanwhile, if you look at, say, Bluto, who is supposed to be this big, tough guy, he has very thick arms. His arms aren't spindly tubes. That would look unnatural. That would look weird. And instead, his arms are kept, and his legs as well, are kept properly in proportion with the rest of his body. They're very simply built, but they do stay in proportion. And oftentimes when you see them in motion, you'll see they do have the curve here. They're not always, built out of watermelons. But they do still, they are kept in proportion with his body. Just like, say, if we look at Olive Oil, where Olive Oil is thin as a rail, and the density, the thickness of her arms and legs matches that of the rest of her body. So that is my general advice with arms and legs, is keep your proportions in proportion with the proportions of your characters. How many more times can I say proportion in this sentence? I certainly do not know. But yeah, that's kind of my advice with arms and legs. Don't be afraid to use joints, still keep them curved, and make sure that you have proportions. I know how you feel about Whoa Nelly. See, exactly. That's a design. It's very comedic. It's very funny, but it feels odd because the character is built completely disproportionate, which is kind of the point. You can do that for characters that are specifically intended to be built that way. It works, but for the most part, I would say keep the proportions in proportion. Now, on to hands. A show of hands. Who here thinks drawing hands is hard? Well, guess what? It's about to get a lot easier because we're going to make it simple. You will note with any of these sheets, with any of these model sheets for how to draw these characters, how do they start out their hands? That's a curve shape. You'll note that no matter what character we're looking at, the hands always start out, much like everything else, as a basic geometric shape. We start out our hands with a circle, and then we add things onto them. And even if you look at your own hand, what does your hand look like? Does it look like a circle? It might look like a square. Milt Kahl always used to draw hands as squares before adding things onto them. And then from there, we're not going to draw our hands this way, where we're going to draw the fingers individually. No, because that's going to look messy. We are going to start with a circle, and then we're going to add the digits on. And so we're going to start with a circle, and then onto that circle, we're going to add some sausages. Because as we all know, sausages and oranges go really well together. And so that's how we're going to build our hands. And we have little muscle, little tendon here for where the thumb attaches. Furthermore, never mind the furthermore, the please self-defense. Another way you can even approach hands is what I like to call the mitten technique, where you start out with that circle, and then you define all the fingers as one big lump. We put in our thumb, and then we go in. We'll make the pinky sticking up a little because that looks nice. And then we'll just draw lines through the hand to define where the fingers are. Look at that. There we go. A character who has really cool hands, a character I love the hands on, is Betty Boop. Betty Boop has these really little dainty hands with these really little dainty fingers. And something that I love about the way her hands are drawn is they make them so simple and easy to draw because her middle fingers, the two middle fingers on her hands, they'll first have, the pointer finger will be here, and then for the middle fingers, they'll just have them be one shape. And then here will be the pinky, and we'll do the thumb in like this. And then they'll put a line down through the middle of those middle fingers, and bada bing, they're two separated digits. Betty Boop has some really fun hands. You see them do a lot of really cool stuff with their hands. It's a very fun shape. It's very simple, but it's very effective. And I find myself sometimes when I'm trying to draw two middle fingers and make them very sort of fancy looking, very delicate and dainty, I'll do that with the fingers like Betty, where I just start with that basic shape in the middle. And then I'll draw a dividing, sort of separating line in them. Let's see. We got 5 minutes left. Okay, we got 5 minutes left. Let's carry on. Another fun thing you might see done with hands is you might see. Let's see. So we'll give him some fingers. You may be asking, 4 fingers, 3 fingers. How many fingers do I give my characters? That is a very difficult question to answer because sometimes you'll see cartoon characters that are drawn with 5 digits on each hand. Sometimes you'll see cartoon characters that are only drawn with 4 digits on each hand. And my general advice is it's entirely up to you. An important thing to keep in mind is that studios were constantly trading animators and art directors. So you would have guys who would start out working for Fleischer, would go to Disney, and then from Disney, some guys would go to Warner Brothers, and then guys who worked at Warner Brothers would start working at Fleischer. A really good example of this is the artist who designed Snow White in Disney's version of Snow White was also the character designer responsible for Betty Boop. It really is a stylistic choice because Mickey Mouse cartoons will only have, say, 3 fingers, while Fleischer tunes will have 4 fingers, and then you'll have a Fleischer character like Bimbo who will also only have 3 fingers. I would generally say it's up to you. If you're drawing a character who's wearing gloves as well, you can put like this little button in the palm. I don't really know who started the button. It's something you see sometimes in Disney and then other times in Warner Brothers. again, I think it's one of those things where some guy at Disney started doing the button in the palm of the glove, and then he started working at Warner Brothers, and it just kind of went from there. Yeah, another way, again, something we're going to do to make these hands a little easier is we're going to start out the fingers as one big lump, and then we just zip, zip, just define the fingers out from there. I would be concerned if someone said their hand shape is a triangle. I mean, you could have, that's a trapezoid, right? Yeah, I mean, you could do cowbell hands. Cowbell hands can work too, actually. Cowbell shaped hands can also work really well. And you can go off of there with your cowbell hands. It needs more cowbell. I'm running out of time. All right. Sherwood has little cuffs on his ankles. Again, we've already defined sort of these basic shapes. And then we just have a little detail for his spats. And his spats have little round buttons on them. Shoes are another thing. Where, before I skip over hands, before I'm done with hands, I do want to say you can make life really simple for yourself with hands. With a good example, early Mickey Mouse cartoons, Mickey doesn't always wear white gloves. Everybody thinks that 30s cartoons have to wear white gloves. No, they do not. A lot don't. Betty Boop does not wear white gloves. Bluto, no white gloves. Grampy, no white gloves. Olive, Popeye, Sally and Irving. Not every 30s cartoon wears the big white gloves. It's a very synonymous thing of the style. Disney very much popularized it. You will often see 30s cartoon characters drawn with the big white gloves, but they're not a requirement. So if you want to just draw these as bare hands, go right ahead. A lot of early Mickey Mouse cartoons even get away with it. Plain Crazy and Steamboat Willie are great examples of cartoons where in certain frames, they'll just have a ball. Mickey will just have a ball at the end of his hand, and then if you want to do his fingers, they really spread out Mickey's fingers sometimes. They look really funny. Yeah, you don't have to do the big white gloves. They're not a contractual obligation of the style. Don't worry about them if you don't want to draw them. How much time do I have left? I have 1 minute to talk about shoes. Yeah, shoes, just like anything else, you're going to do just, you can just do basic shapes. You start out. Maybe you might start out with the sole of the foot as a circle and then do another circle for the middle and then do a third circle for the end of the shoe. And then you just flatten that out and you define where the sole is. You might give it you give the shoe a little neck. And then, here we go. And then you just erase the extra bits and look at that. That's a pretty neat looking shoe. This is how I draw Jerry Janitor's shoes. Not every character has to have the big round, stereotypical shoes. You can do a lot of more angular and pointed shoes. Things like this. You can do small square shoes. Mickey Mouse, again, good example, has these sort of square shoes. Again, basic geometric shapes. And when you want to draw those basic geometric shapes from different angles, you just think, okay, how would I draw a box from a different angle? So Hungry Hungry Caterpillars. Listen, if that's what helps you draw the shoes, as thinking of them as the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar, be my guest. Go right ahead. I have 30 seconds left to wrap up this. Before we finish out, we will at least give Sherwood his tail. So let's see. Tail's just going to be very simple. Just sort of swoop down and come up. And not everything gets broken down into a basic shape if it has no real specific definition. This tail is a shape of its own, basically. So this is just what you can draw for this. You can put circles inside of it. Thank you, Google. You can put circles in... Thank you, Google. You can put circles inside of your shape to kind of help you figure out the weight of it and where things go. I was making fun of your shoe shape, I know. But yeah, I very much rushed through this. There's a lot to say here, and I know it'll flow a lot easier for me come Tuesday, but I hope this was insightful, at least for the very basics. Again, You know, 1930s cartoons, a lot of the rules and fundamentals and ideals that were established in the 1930s are very much so still used today and can still very much be found in the cartoons of today. Again, I mentioned it. Oh, I mentioned it with, you know, the eyes that we were drawing earlier with Grampy's eyes. How Grampy's eyes are very much so seen in a lot of other things. But genuinely, a lot of. Does your phone not have a timer? My phone is dead right now. Generally speaking, you know, where was I going with this? Sorry, I bumped the mic. Anyway, generally speaking, a lot of these are just sort of the basic fundamentals of drawing in general. Not just of drawing 1930s cartoons. And that's because the ideals and principles that were being laid, the groundwork that was being laid by 1930s cartoons, very much so established how we still draw characters to this very day. So I would say the next time that you're trying to draw something and you're struggling to draw it and it's just not coming along right for you, what I would say is think to yourself, how would they have drawn this in the 1930s? And how can that help me with what I'm drawing? Before we finish here, I want to show my magic trick, because I always show my students my magic trick, and it's really cool, and it very much so reinforces that idea. We're going to draw one quick Mickey, just real quick Mickey, right? I am charging my phone, but it's still dead. We're going to draw a quick Mickey. Mickey has the iconic 3 balls shape to his head, right? This is how, oh, that's not how you draw Mickey Mouse. This is how you draw Mickey Mouse, right? And then we have the ridges for his eyes and his cheek. And then his nose comes out like this. And there's his nose. And then he's got 2 little eyes. I'll just do them like this. Whoop. Mickey's got an eye there. And he's got an eye there. And then he's got his mouth, which goes down like so. That's a really bad mouth and little cheek, right? So that's how we draw Mickey, right? Let's make some little minor alterations to Mickey. Just a couple little changes to Mickey. Nothing huge. First, what I think we'll do is we'll just shorten the length of his nose a little. We'll just shorten Mickey's nose, right? We're just going to shorten it out a little. There we go. And we'll better define the shape of his eyes. And give him back his nose here. And then I think we'll change his ears. We'll change what kind of ears Mickey has. We'll go from rounded ears, we'll go to the complete polar opposite of what Mickey's ears look like. And we'll give him pointy ears instead, right? Pointy ears. Maybe we're going to make Mickey into a cat. I think that's what we're going to do. And we'll just clean up some of this stuff with his face. There we go. Clean up that face. Wash up for dinner, young man. Papa Walt wants to see you in the kitchen. And I think he's missing one little thing. Let's just add one little thing to Mickey's design. Just a little 1, 2, and a 3. And so as you can see, through the fact that I was able to transform Mickey Mouse into Sonic the Hedgehog very easily, the ideals and the fundamentals, the groundwork laid by 1930s cartoons and 1920s cartoons 100 years ago is very much so still alive and well in the philosophies of drawing cartoons today. And yeah, that's the class. Thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed. I know I kind of rushed. I know that was very but yeah. Okay. That's how to draw 1930s cartoons, ladies and gents. I am out of breath. I hope that was good. I hope that was good. But yeah. Woo! Honestly thought you were going for Felix. Hello, brother! Here, we'll draw a quick Felix from memory. You know what? We'll draw Felix. Check this out. Speed Felix. Whoop! I haven't drawn Felix in a very long time. He has these 2 ears. How the frick is... and then he has... And then his eyes are round... Oh, it's been way too long since I drew Felix last. Yeah, he has the circle eyes. He has the circle eyes, and then Oh, and then he just has a button nose, and he has the open mouth, and sometimes you see him with like the 2 teeth, but that's not always in all of them, in all the artwork of Felix. Oh, this is a chunky Felix. Chunky Felix from memory, ladies and gentlemen. I have not drawn Felix the cat in a very long time. That is subpar at best. Felix the cat fans, please don't disown me. I'm sorry. Among Us? Okay, you know what? Quick bonus. We'll draw a 1930s Among Us. It wasn't good. It was great. Thank you, Teeter. We'll draw a 1930s Among Us. How are we going to start our Among Us? We're going to start out with a basic geometric shape. We're going to start it with this bean, right? And then we're going to give us a little hoogly doogly, the opening, the visor, right? And maybe we'll have a little, I don't know, we'll have a little shine on here somehow. Like, we'll make this gray. Yes, I'm inventing new words with hoogly doogly. We'll make this gray, and then we'll make the body black, and we'll have just a little bit of circular, just boop, right there. And we'll go really stereotypical on this, and we'll give him the curviest little feet you could possibly imagine. Really tiny plankton feet. He's this Among Us Space Bean is looking for the Krabby Patty's secret formula, and by golly, you are going to give it to him. And we'll give him a little. Oh, we can't forget the big backpack, the thing on the back, which we will make a proper shape. There we go. Among Us. It's amogular at best. You know what? We'll make this black, and then we'll make the outlines white outlined. There we go. And we'll give him a hand. We'll start out with a circle. We'll make this smaller so I can draw easily. We'll start out with a circle, and then we'll first draw in our thumb, and then do one finger and another finger. He'll be a 3-fingered one. And the little glove cuff, and here's the arm coming out. And in this hand, he's going to have a knife. Uh-oh, he's sus. And so because he's sus, watch this. We're gonna make him really sus. He's gonna be the most sus little amogular man you ever did see. He's gonna have a mouth. He's going to be very, very happy to see you. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And the gums. He takes good care of his mouth, ladies and gentlemen. He takes very good care of his mouth. This Amogus brushes every... You know what? I have a better idea. The idea is even better. He's not going to have a knife. No, forget the knife. I have an even better idea. He's going to have... If I could get the shape right. He's going to have a toothbrush. That's right. He's here to make sure you brush your teeth. Ah ha ha ha! Little smiley faces on there. There you go. Oh, he's beautiful. He's perfect. So yeah, there you go. That's the basics of drawing rubber hose cartoons. I hope you all enjoyed. That was very fun. I think that was a good warm-up. I think I'm going to do even better on Tuesday. It's this Tuesday. But yeah, that's, as we say in the cartoons, that's all, folks. But that's not the end of the stream. We're not ending the stream there. Before we switch over to Kirby, little thing. Before we switch over to Kirby, as a segue, you guys want to watch another cartoon? I got another cartoon we can watch. I'll make a poll. If you guys want to. We'll start with a cartoon. We'll end with a cartoon. Watch another cartoon. Hey, 19th century kid, you want to watch cartoons on the television? Watch another cartoon? Another. Not just another, another. Watch another cartoon. Oh. I'm going to save this, Sherwood. I'm going to save this document. And I'll save that in my streaming stuff folder. Rubber hose cartooning notes. There we go. What do you guys think? 6 votes for yes? All right. Let me pop open. Let me get that open and running in VLC, and we'll watch some cartoons. Let me hop in here real quick. There we go. Can you hear me now? I bet you can. Oh, yeah, there we go. Woo! Okay. Hopefully that has the right compression settings enabled. I hope. I think that Among Us toothbrush wielder needs to be something. He will be something. I'll draw him better. Okay, so we started out the night with Smile Darn Smile from 1930. So we'll watch the other cartoon I had lined up. This is Betty Boop and the Impractical Joker from 1937. This is okay. Before we start this cartoon, I will say, if you want to study replicating the style of the 1930s, this is one of the best cartoons to watch because it has so many phenomenal examples of the different fundamentals of drawing 1930s cartoon characters. This is like one of the definitive 30s tunes, in my opinion, at least. Betty Boop cartoon with Grampy and with the Impractical Joker. Let's watch Chrono Trigger cutscenes. Okay, legit, not even joking. I kind of want to stream Chrono Trigger at some point. Oh, I'll turn it up a bit. Look at her, she's baking. Some bad. One of my favorite things about Fleischer cartoons is the banter. The characters will just banter with themselves, and 9 times out of 10, it is not scripted. So this is just Betty's voice actress just rambling to herself. The garbage man. This is Irving. He's a certified pain in the ass. Look at the way he bends and moves. Look at him go. He is a 30s tune, by definition.
Thank you very much. My, it's a beautiful box.
Ah! Guys, I didn't know we were playing Cuphead tonight. The devil's here. He just thinks he's a hoot, doesn't he?
But I have work to do. Silly people coming around and fooling and
4 layers on that cake. Good lord.
Mind if I smoke? Don't care if you burn.
That's a really good hand right there. And again, basic shapes right there. It looks like a very complicated hand to draw, but when you boil those fingers down to just like little circles, it becomes so much easier. What? Irving, has anyone ever told you you're a creep? Irving has no bones. No bones about it. 4 layers on that cake. Betty, that cake is enormous. What are you making, a wedding cake?
Betty, come here, quick! I can't get away! Oh! Oh, can you beat that? I thought somebody had a...
Hit him anyway! Hit him anyway!
I just can't.
Betty, you had the rolling pin.
Going right up to Grampy, that's all.
Go get Grampy. Grampy will know what to do. Da-da-da. Betty, that cake is diabetes. Can I just talk about this frame for a second? Let's just go back a second. This frame right here, I love this. Just the two of them. That's like peak cartoons right here. Grampy is one of my favorite, as I mentioned before, he's like my favorite 30s toon because he's just this wonderful, happy little man that shows up. His friends will have a problem and then he'll just grab furniture and make inventions to solve their problems. Grampy is the definition of looking on the bright side of things, and I love him.
Guess I can show him a couple of jokes.
He do be thinking.
Oh, no, that don't do. What I'll do, yeah.
Hi, got it!
I've got it.
He did the Ed thing. Ed watches Betty Boop, confirmed.
Guess I get my bag of tricks here.
There is no consistency. Sometimes Grampy has his own house. Sometimes, he lives in a boarding house with Betty and friends. Sometimes Betty lives in a high-rise apartment building. Sometimes she lives in a townhouse. Sometimes she lives in a country house. Look at him go. Squidward over here. Look at him go. This is how Bean would dress a cake. Fun fact, Betty is voiced by Mae Questel. I always forget how to say her name. Who is also who's also Aunt Bethany in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Correct. Betty did. Mae did a lot of the voices for a lot of early 30s cartoons. For a lot of Fleischer cartoons, at least.
Sit down, Grampy. Thanks.
Ah!
Practical joker,
Grampy's a step ahead. He's done all of these practical jokes. He was the original practical joker. Again, there's so many fun shapes, so many fun expressions and poses in this short. What?
That's no practical joke. That hurts. Irving, will you get
Bean is part Ed and part Squidward. This is ahead of his time.
He thinks he's a wise guy.
Ah! Ow!
Hey, what is this?
Ah, yes, the classic gag from the 1930s.
Hey, let me out of this.
The electric chair.
Oh, here it is. Let me out. Oh, my hat.
Here's your hat, what's your hurry?
Oh,
I've heard of giving someone the boot, but that's just ridiculous.
out you go.
Seeing him leave is music to my ears.
Come on, let's celebrate.
Grampy, no.
We can enjoy
Grampy, no!
How you like that?
Grampy's inventions defy time and space by being able to put things in paintings. Golly, I cannot mention how much I adore 1930s cartoons, to the point where they are a essential part of my identity as a person. Hi, I'm new. I discovered your channel an hour ago, and I'm already in love with your content. Well, thank you very much, Novik. Welcome to the stream. We've just finished up the 30s cartoon half of tonight, so we will be switching over to Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. And yeah, so I hope you guys all enjoyed a beginner's guide to rubber hose cartooning. This was really fun. I'm very much so looking forward to the Teen Arts Festival, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So next up on the docket, we got Kirby's Epic Yarn. Which I just realized that Kirby's Epic Yarn has all the same syllables, or rather has the same like sentence structure as the intro to whatchamajig, to what's it called? To Chalk Zone. Rudy's got the chalk. Kirby's Epic Yarn. Let me just clean up a couple things real quick in OBS because I got rid of a lot of stuff. between last week and this week so I could clean up the overlay. So it would be a little easier to keep things in track. Okay. Kirby's Extra Epic Rubber Hose. Ayo. Let me just get... I'll play a little music in the background while I get this all set up. Well then, now that we've gotten through A Beginner's Guide to Rubber Hose Cartooning, let's see. Yeah, and your art is some of the best I've ever seen, including professionals. Well, thank you very much. That genuinely means a lot. Seriously, that means a lot to me. Thank you very much for saying that. You'll have to let me know how your class went on my stream that night. Oh, yeah, because you're streaming on Tuesday. Gideon and I have sent you another plush for your stream. Another one? I think there is a distinct possibility this may be our finale for Kirby's Epic Yarn. So tonight's the night, folks. If you got stream, if you got plushies, now is the time. The time is now. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I don't always necessarily think the highest of my art, so it means a lot to me to know that other people like it. And I'm not just saying that for humble brag points either. I genuinely feel that. I don't think very highly of myself or what I do all the time. So it is nice to know that people like what I do. Because I draw because it makes me happy, and my hope is that in the process it will make other people happy as well. And so if you like my art, then I know that I have accomplished my mission. If my art has made you smile, then I think I'm doing good, or at least I'd like to hope I'm doing good. Optimum is really out to get you. They are. They know that as soon as I can, I'll be switching away from them. That I will be leaving them. That they will no longer be giving me my internet service provisions. And so they wish to foil me. They wish to stop me at every turn. Don't forget the slime plush. Yes. I'm going to roll up my sleeves because it's kind of warm. It's been nice. The weather's getting really nice out. It's getting warm. Daylight savings is coming up this weekend. Spring is almost here. Oh, KG, you have blessed me. You have blessed me with a bounty of plushes, and I could not be more grateful. We're gonna, you know, I'm gonna start with this first one because it's really good and I really like it. I'll save this right to the plushies folder. So it'll be easy to find before we even get the game going. Here we go. Hee hee. Same for me. Knowing 3 friends who love TTYD liking my art is an accomplishment for me. Yeah, and your art is great. I love your art, Mario Simpson. I love your art, and your art always, I've said this before, but your art always impresses me because I know you draw everything on your 3DS, and that's phenomenal. I love that so much. Ralph? Wait, put Ralph? Yes! Give me Ralph! Where's Ralph? Get Ralph in here! Give me! Let's see. Oh, and before I forget, let me just quickly look something up real quick. My 3DS is, there we go. My 3DS is loading now. Ah, I love looking things up on YouTube by mistake. I did my taxes this week, everybody. I did my taxes. I went to H&R Block online. I did my taxes. Yeah, I'm an adult, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Kirby's here. Here we go. You sent Ralph? Yeah! We got Ralph! Controller... Oh, because my controller not plugged in. Listen, remember, ladies and joims, if you're going to use your GameCube controller with your totally legitimate Nintendo 3DS, it helps to plug your controller into your totally legitimate 3DS, because as we all know, the 3DS is compatible with the GameCube controller. That's just a fact. All right, our first plush of the night is a very special plush. As I'm sure all of you know, and if I am the one breaking the news to you, I am really sorry, as I'm sure all of you know. Yesterday, we were unfortunately given the very sad news that the absolute legend, Akira Toriyama, had sadly passed away. And so in honor of this man, this absolute icon, Slime is here. I love slime. We all love slime. If you don't love slime, there is officially something ungood and uncouth about you. And then, quickly, from KG, we have another plush. We have Tyranitar and little baby Pupitar. He's got a little baby. Look at the little baby. I love. He's going to go up by... We'll put Tyranitar up by Chili. Little baby. Baby oh baby is a baby. Start. But yeah. I was never into Dragon Ball Z or anything really. That was never my cup of tea really. That was never something I really got into. But I've had, I've always had friends who have thought it's the bee's knees, and who've been super into it. It was never much my thing, but even so, Toriyama's, impact on culture is still something I can't deny. And even on the things I enjoy. For crying out loud, I'm a huge Sonic fan, and it would be stupid to say that Toriyama didn't have a impact on Sonic. Oh, Larvitar! I'm sorry, it's not Pupitar. Yes, Pupitar is the bigger one. It's Larvitar. I'm sorry. Child, I must teach you to be fierce. Child, I must teach you to look down upon your opponents and call them
pathetic.
Man, his art style is impactful regardless of the things you like, or whether you like Dragon Ball. Absolutely. I adore his artwork. I felt it would have been a little inappropriate. The game is not looking for amiibos. Thank you. Okay. I was just trying to adjust my volume, but amiibo jump scare. I was going to briefly mention it, but I didn't know if it would necessarily be appropriate to mention when talking about Grampy's eyes, how the way Grampy's eyes are drawn is very similar to Toriyama's style of not completely outlining the eyes, only like outlining maybe the top or the inside or the outside, or like just a bit of the inside or outside, and not completely outlining them is something I've noticed even is in his art style. Oh, we're here. We're back in Spaceland. Everyone's favorite Mario Party board. We're going to Tube Town, everybody! Technically, we're already on Tube Town. I am streaming off of Tube Town right now. But, guys, do you think if we really rummage around through Spaceland, we can find, like, Optimum's headquarters and force them to give me better internet? A man can dream. There's more like the Tyranitar and Larvitar, like Dragonite and Dratini. That's true. I always thought it was funny how Dratini looks nothing like Dragonite, but then it becomes. You go Dratini, the Dragonair, and then, your little blue sea serpent is suddenly a big yellow dragon now. Oops. I love Dragonite. Dragonite is one of my favorite dragon Pokemon. Probably one of my favorite Pokemon in general, too. As much as I joke about Gen 1 supremacy, genuinely, Dragonite is a fantastic design. I waddle do. Ooh. Yeah, my friend messaged me about that yesterday. It is unfortunate to see a legend pass away, and he was very young, too. He was only in his 60s. No wonder the internet is so shoddy. It's made of yarn! I know, right? It's like fiber optic bandwidth is one thing, but like this is yarn bandwidth. Oh, that's the main theme. What? Same for me. I was more into Pokemon, Kirby, and Hamtaro as a kid, but I remember meeting some folks at high school obsessed with Dragon Ball, so I know how much of a big inspiration he is after all these years! I didn't realize that was going to hurt. Yeah. Again, I have a lot of friends who are always who are really into it, and so it's sad for me seeing the, seeing how it's affected them. But Goodra, oh my gosh, yes, the Goodra line is so good. I love Goodra. Goodra's adorable. Something that I think is really kind of cool is how a lot of fans of his, followers of his art, have kind of taken his passing, where it's sad that he's gone, but it's a wonderful thing that we had him while we did. I was talking about this with Dan last night. And like how, a great artist never truly passes away, because they live on through the inspiration that they give to to future generations of people who follow their artwork. And I think that's very true. That's it's an incredible legacy to leave, and I think that's a wonderful thing. You don't see that very often. Always wanted to give the original Dragon Ball series a watch, but never got around to it. I hear it's really good. A lot of people say that the original Dragon Ball is better than Z. So, there we go. No, there's a Goodra plush holding a Goop. KG, please, please, please send that my way. I need that in my life. Is there anything up there? No. I actually prefer the tornado ability. Ah! There we go. Yeah, even as someone who hasn't followed Dragon Ball, I've seen Toriyama's influence in many instances across the countless series he's been art director. Yeah, and it's cool. He has one of those like really distinct styles where no matter what you see his art style like, oh, I know who did this. Like a great example of that is like, obviously is Dragon Quest or Chrono Trigger. Like those are things where it's like you see that art and you're like, oh, I know who did this. How do I get down there? Oh, here we go. Already sent KG. Thank you. Tube Town. OGDB is more adventure-based, with a bit of dirty humor around the edges, rather than pure constant fighting. See, I like that. I like funny adventures with a little comedy. Now I want to get that Chrono Trigger Reese's Puff cereal now. Hopefully I can still find some. Listen, you're gonna have a hard time finding that now. Prince Fluff! Thank you, my guy! Everybody loves Prince Fluff. If you say you don't love Prince Fluff, you're lying to yourself. Whoop. Along with Dragonite. Yes! Thank you, KG. We are going to have a bounty of plushes tonight. Really touching thing. In the Dragon Quest MMO, everyone was playing together, and in the DBZ MMO, everyone was giving their respect to. Nice! Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I thought that was gonna hurt me to touch. Oh, hello! I don't think there's anything up there. Unless... Oh, wait, hold the phone. Oh, Gideon will love Inuyasha. I've heard Inuyasha is great. Everybody says that's like one of the classic animes of all time. I never watched it, but I heard it was wonderful. His work was so influential, it's crazy. It is! It's nuts to think how influential his work has been over the years. Okay, I had the puzzle correct the first time around. I remember watching parts of the Broly movie at the small movie theater I used to work at. Those first 2 days were busy, I bet. Dragon Ball fans are serious about their anime, man. I find it funny how in Mexico and Latin America, how it's like the biggest thing, to the point where like they took practically a national holiday, I believe, when like one of the most recent movies came out, and everyone watched. Even like big like government officials were watching this movie. I want that. How do I get that? How? What can the matter be? Ah, I see what I gotta do. Maybe I don't see what I'm supposed to do here. Well, I don't really need the goal piece. I haven't seen Inuyasha, but I find it pretty funny. Nice. You find it humorous. Hop. Kirby, the pink puffball, loves people, animals, and anthropomorphic animals because Kirby's adorable. Yes. Oh! Fell down. Inuyasha is fantastic, but I forget where I left off. But it's one of those. It's one of, if not the best isekai. Oh, it's an isekai? I didn't even know that. I know there's a dude who's part wolf man. I did not know it was an isekai. All right, I gotta know who gets hit by a bus. Who gets hit by a bus at the beginning of Inuyasha? Or is that like too deep spoiler territory? And what kind of bus do they get hit by? That's the more interesting question. What kind of, like, is it a charter bus? Is it a commuter bus? What kind of bus? Part dog, part demon. Gotcha. No! Well, I'm not going back now. I hope I didn't miss furniture. Yeah, that's how isekais start. Is somebody gets hit by a bus and then they wake up in the fantasy world of their dreams. That's what isekais are all about, right? Come on. That's what they're about. That's what I missed a rug. It's time travel shenanigans. Oh. So nobody gets hit by a bus. Okay. All I know of Inuyasha is most of the English dub voices are from Hamtaro. Nice! Where's Snoozer? Who is Snoozer? I don't even remember if Snoozer talks much. Wah! Sent another plush. We got more plushes. Uh-oh. An UFO! 2 UFOs. 3 UFOs. Let's see. No one is getting hit by a bus. Okay. Well, I'm disappointed. Hey! Teeter sent us a really good plush. Rum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Yes! Yes! It's Ralph. Guys, you need to meet the boy. You need to meet the lad. And also, the babies. We have babies here. Oh, I've already saved that? Did I save that already? I'm looking for it, and I don't see it. So I'm just gonna... Ah! There we go. First, we have from Teeter. Teeter has sent us... Where is he? Where'd he go? This folder is already becoming uncouth. I guess I will have to resave it, because I guess it didn't save properly. Hello? I think I'm back. While I was muted by Optimum. Optimum wanted to mute Goku. Optimum is officially our enemy. But Goku is over here. That's our little Akira Toriyama memorial. And then look at Gudra! Look at Gudra with little Gumi! I love this plush. This is amazing. I don't even know if you can hear me. We have Gudra. I don't know if there'll be snow, but Gudra is here. I love Gudra. I love Gumi. That's adorable. And then last but certainly not least, Dragonite. Look at him with the little Dratini. Look at him with the little Dratini. He can go up by Goku. Oh, where's Ralph? I'm sorry, I forgot Ralph. Let's get Ralph in here. Where's Ralph? No, not you, Windows Media Player. You're not Ralph. Windows Media Player, is your name Ralph? I didn't think so. This is Ralph. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Ralph. He is the best. Ralph the Rat. It's Ralph. Look. You have now looked. Have you seen him? Now you have. He's gonna go over here by Banjo. Ralph Media Player. Yes. Okay. Woo. We will add more plushes after the next stage. Mysterious UFO. Oh, wait. Before we add any more plushes, there is something that needs to be corrected. I was editing together the overlay for tonight, and I realized something was missing. I realized something was missing from something on our overlay, and I need to correct this. I noticed, I only realized this after, it's gosh darn WebP. Alright, we will find a different image, and hopefully it won't be a WebP. That's a fake PNG. Here we go. This one's hopefully a PNG from freelogos.com. Thank you, freelogos.com. I realized something. One of the plushes we have on the overlay is missing something. When I was adding these in, and I was adding all the millions of MLP plushes from last week, I realized something was missing from one of these plushes. Do you know what that thing is, ladies and gentlemen? JDs and Lentilmen? Mental Gen? Oh my gosh, it's huge. It's enormous. Applejack does not have her hat, and that's just weird. So we're putting a hat on her. She's getting a hat. Here we go. Hat. Perfect. There we go. Fixed. Okay, there. We'll get it. And there, it's perfect. All right. And yes, that's the name of the actual plush. I'm not making it up. Look up Ralph the Rat plush. No, I believe you. I believe you. Okay. Rats. Rats. We're the rats. We pray at night. We stalk at night. We're the rats. I don't get it. Everybody loves rats. Why don't they drink the rat milk? Yeehaw indeed! Oh, excuse me, Waddle Dee. Excuse me, sir. Perfect hat. Agreed. What'll do? In space! In space, no one can hear you scream. Oh. I'll get it. I'll get it. Sorry if oh, it's 0 gravity, so I can't break anything. Gotcha. I can't break anything that way, at least. Whoa! You can just gain air. You can levitate with this ability. Communicator! You can talk to aliens on this. Just be sure that you can afford the roaming charges. Yeah, that's gonna be a long distance charge. You can just float. You do be floating. But we can still hear you stream! That's true. Don't forget the evolutions. Oh, I won't. I'm just, you know, as always, I'm going to add plushes in moderation. Kirby, go. Kirby, go. Kirby, no! Kirby, no! Just... No. Oh, there's... The gravity's normal now. The gravity is normal! I am losing all of my beats. Okay. Oh, bomb. Bomb is good. We like bomb. Slip in here. There we go. Beep, 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 beep. Gravity! Gravity is my ally! Can we gain air with bomb as well? You can! Yes! Oh no, expansion. Yeah. Don't worry, I didn't forget about that. I just figured I would add the funny little dragons with their babies first, because they were adorable. Yeah. Oh, that's where I was. That's where I was, and I was getting annihilated. Or was it? Yes, it was. I find it funny how you can very clearly tell this game was not designed with these copy abilities in mind, because you can just float. The challenge of this stage with the gravity mechanics is nullified by the fact that any ability you can use with the hats just lets you gain height infinitely. Like in a regular Kirby game. Exactly! See, guys? It's just like regular Kirby. We can fly now. See, like, normally you wouldn't be able to go up here. But now? Nope, because they're the walls. Okay, never mind. I almost broke the game. But the game said no. The game said you are not allowed to break things. Oh. Up we go. Woo. Oh yeah, the demo for Princess Peach Showtime came out this week. Came out today, I believe. Or either today or yesterday, I forget exactly. I haven't tried it yet. Space food! These are replicas of real astronaut food. Space chefs must be really dry people. Oh, those space chefs, they need a little moisturizer, that's all. They just need some facial cream, that's all. They need to go to Sephora. The space chefs need to go to Sephora, and they need to get harassed by 10-year-olds so that they can get their facial cream. Ooh, thank you, Prince Fluff. Question: if you decided to stream Chrono Trigger, will Teeter be co-commentator like the Mario RPG streams? I will have to think about that. I'm not sure. I do prefer solo streaming, but I'll think about that. Look at this. Going along. Just having a good time floating in space. you know, as I've said before, I'm not completely opposed to the idea of co-op streaming, right? Because it is fun. Mario RPG was really fun. And when I've been able to you know, have, like, a lot of you guys on for, like, you know, holidays and whatnot, for big party game streams, it's fun. But I will say, streaming with a co-host does kind of remove part of the enjoyment for it for me, because after a certain point, it becomes more so me hanging out with my friend, and less so me hanging out with everybody, engaging with the audience, and talking about stuff. That's for me at least. You know, it goes person by person, I'm sure. Oh, I can't break that because it's zero gravity. But I will think about it. Again, Chrono Trigger is not necessarily a promise. That's just something I was thinking about possibly maybe streaming. It's on my list. There's a lot of things on my list. There is a lot of things on my list. Wow, we really float slowly. I imagine it's kind of a hassle getting everyone hooked up and connected with the other in question. It is a little. And then it's a matter of timing and scheduling and seeing, hey, are you available today? You know, are you not available today? You know, Teeter's a busy guy. I'm a busy guy. We're both busy dudes. And sometimes it just don't work out. Gideon just hates me. It's okay, guys. I'm kidding. No, I don't hate you. I don't hate you. You know. It's just one of those things where if I'm going to hang out with my friend, I want to be able to give my friend my full attention. And if I'm going to be streaming, I want to be able to give the stream the proper attention it deserves. And so it doesn't always feel it doesn't always feel fair to me. Having to sort of compromise between the two, if that makes sense. Again, when it's things where I can have like everybody in at once, then it's, you know, it's a little easier. And then I can even be sort of a mouthpiece for anybody who is unable to join and is just in the text chat. Cases like that are a little different. Yeah. Say, I will tell this story in full because I wrote it down so that it would be easy to digest. I have a whopper of a story to tell about my mail and about getting mail. So you don't want to feel like you're half-assing the stream. Exactly. I don't want to feel like I'm half-assing the stream, half-assing the stream, and I also don't want to feel like I'm half-assing hanging out with my friend at the same time, you know? I want to be fair, that's all. Honestly, though, with me better at streaming lately, I can try to watch and chat and help and engage with them and you. We can see how things go. Honestly, though, it's strictly up to you. Yeah, I'll think about it again. Oops, I said honestly twice. You're talking to the king of saying genuinely a million times. I get it. I have a story to tell you guys. I have a nightmare story to tell you guys about the mail and about the post office. So as you all know, Fang the Hunter, right? It's out. It's awesome. My most anticipated comic series of the year. Fang's finally getting his own little miniseries, right? Ordered issue 1. It arrived. There was no issue. There was an issue. I got the issue, but there was no problems. There was no problem in getting the issue, right? So issue 2 comes out. And now it's time for volume 2 of Fang the Hunter. And so I pre-order it. I pre-order it on IDW's website. I wait. I get tracking information from the post office. And I'm told, okay, it's going to arrive on March the 5th. It's going to arrive on March the 5th. So I go out grocery shopping March 5th. I haven't gotten any notification in my email from IDW or from the post office that it's been delivered. IDW did send me a notification last time, and I usually get notifications about my mail. So I decided, okay, maybe it's just not there yet. So I'll go grocery shopping. By the time I'm done grocery shopping, it'll probably be, you know, it'll probably arrive, right? So order is due to arrive. No notification from IDW that my order has been delivered. No notification from the post office that it has arrived. Figure it just isn't at the post office yet. Go grocery shopping. Hopefully it will arrive by the time I'm done so I can pick up the package on my way home. Stop for lunch. While I'm at lunch, I'm at Burger King. I check my phone, I check the tracking information. And I see the following in the tracking information on USPS. Arrived at post office, March 2nd, 7:24 a.m. Available for pickup, March 2nd, 7:35 a.m. Forward expired, March 2nd, 10:06 a.m. Return to sender processed, March 4th, 4:05 p.m. This newfound information raises more questions than it does answers, which means there's only one solution. Go to the source and ask questions. Because again, I was never notified it arrived. So how it arrived on the 2nd, on Saturday, without me knowing, and was available for pickup, and they never told me, and then a forward expired? I don't get my mail forwarded, for one thing. I order my mail, it goes to the post, I get my mail, goes to the post office, it stays at the post office, I get it from the post office. No clue what that was about. So I head in the opposite direction of the grocery stores to get the situation resolved at the post office. I speak to the postmaster himself. The postmaster refuses to take responsibility for the package being returned without me being notified, passes the buck for error to employee filling in for another employee who had the day off, the day it arrived, and then he tries to blame me and my mom for the error. Like, he asks questions like, oh, did you move recently? How long ago did you take out your post office box? As if we were new in town. My guy, Mr. Postmaster, all due respect, Mr. Postmaster, we have had the same post office box for 25 years now. We moved into our house in 1999. That's when we got our post office box. We have had this post office box at this post office for 25 years. So the postmaster can't give me a concrete answer onto what happened because he nor I have copies of the shipping label. So he advises me to contact IDW's customer support so that they know what happened in case the package gets back to them before USPS can sort out the issue. I go back to my car, I'm sitting in there, I double check the mailing address on my order in my IDW account, and I find that the mailing address on the order was correct. So I walk back into the post office, I show it to the postmaster, because the closest thing I have to the shipping label. Upon further inspection, when I had gone back out into my car, apparently he had gone back into his office, and he found out that my package did arrive at the post office, but my post office box number was on it. However, there was no indication that it was specifically a post office box number, and thus it was returned to sender. So, for example, in other words, instead of being made out to, and I'm not going to use my real address, instead of being made out to Gideon Voigtlander, 64... Are we back? I think we're back. Lord Crump is out for blood. Okay. I think the last thing you heard was my address. So, the address that it was supposedly made out to was the following, right? This is the address that it was supposedly made out to, and this is not my real address for the sake of not doxing myself. Gideon Voigtlander, 64, 256 Mushroom Valley Road, 01430, New Jersey. Instead of being Gideon Voigtlander, P.O. Box 64, 256 Mushroom Valley Road, 01430, New Jersey. So they forgot the word P.O. Box on the shipping label. So I leave the post office on the note that they'll try to do something about stopping the package from being returned. I finally go out grocery shopping. I get home. I write an email to IDW customer service explaining the situation and asking for them to put things in order. So currently I have been led to believe that somebody at IDW forgot to write P.O. Box before the 64 on the address line of the shipping label, and that because of that, somebody at the post office didn't bother to cross-reference the name and home address on the package with the records to understand that the 64 on the package was in reference to the box number where a Gideon Voigtlander is registered to receive mail and not just some random address number. Oh. Hello, Cherry. Welcome to the stream. Since then, there have been updates. I heard back from IDW. IDW sent me back a very nice email. They are going to send me a replacement. Yay! IDW sending me a replacement. Yesterday I am sitting at my desk. I'm doing some drawing when I get a notification in my email from IDW. Congratulations! Your package has been delivered! Yippee! So I go to the USPS tracking information to see where it is. Oh, it was delivered. It was delivered all right. It was delivered back to IDW. Good job stopping it, USPS. Let's add some plushies to the overlay. I think that, yeah. Is this why Tuesday night you said today's been a day? Yes. Yes. Oh, KG, you have sent me an amazing plush. I'll add 2 because we still have the evolutions to add. We'll add this one first. Oh. And Teeter sent me... Teeter, you sent me the absolute unit. Teeter sent me an amazing plush, guys. Oof. Postal service is kind of messy and incompetent around my area, too. Yeah. And the thing is, I have no ill will against my post office, because generally speaking, they do a good job. Again, we've had our post office box for 25 years. It's just been the past couple months that they've been making big mistakes and errors like this. This happened to my mom, too, where my mom ordered something, and it got sent back for no good reason. In happier news... Zoroark is a Zor. Zor acquired. I was asleep. What did I miss? Well, you missed Rubber Hose cartooning. You missed the cartoons we watched. Also, KG, what is twilighting? What does twilighting mean? Please define this term. We have a Zor, and then we have... Where is he? Then we have Wooloo! Say what you will about Sword and Shield, Wooloo is a fun Pokemon. I like Wooloo. Wooloo's gonna go over by Tyranitar. And then from Teeter. Teeter sent us the big boy. Get ready for... Wowie Zowie! You've seen Twilight... Oh, you mean episode recapping. Okay, my mistake. I understand now. Yes, I was recapping the episode. It's 9, and that's a short story. The story is not all I missed. LeMayo, no, you missed more than the story. Maybe we can bribe Optimum with hot dogs. Okay, did it work? I bribed Optimum with a hot dog. I bribed Optimum with a hot dog, and the stream is back. It works. That's the power of hot dogs, ladies and gentlemen. Hot dogs, they fix everything, apparently. I am enchanted by the stage. This is There's the planets and the stars. And there's a little city on this planet. Let there be hot dogs! Couldn't have said it better myself. Are you guys ready for HD pocket lint hot dog? Because I sure know I am. Look at this! This is so cool! Little soldier man. Hey, on a brighter, happier note than Optimum ruining everything, and are we buffering again? Please, I'll cry. It's showing it's holding steady on my end, so Cherry, that might just be you. Whoa! They're shooting stars now. The comets became stars. Whoa! I love this. Yeah. So on a brighter note, aside from Optimum being poopy, I watched an absolutely delightful movie this week. A movie that I've been wanting to watch for years and have never gotten around to. Am I ready for HD Goombella? Heck yes. I'm ready for HD Bobbery. I cannot wait for when we get Thousand Year Door icons. I really hope we get Thousand Year Door icons. Also, my mom tried a new recipe for meatloaf. Ooh, did she? How did it come out? Meatloaf is one of those things where, like, it's hard to do meatloaf wrong. But if you do it right, you do it really right. And now I'm finally eating and now I can finally eat stuffing. Nice! But yeah, I watched a movie this week that I've been wanting to watch for years, and I finally perked up the courage to look for it, and to find it, and to watch it. The movie I watched was Lupin III, Castle of Cagliostro, and it was absolutely phenomenal. This is honestly one of my new favorite movies now. It's the first... It's Hayao Miyazaki's first feature film. He had worked in television prior, but this is the first time he made a movie. And holy cow, words cannot express how fantastic it is. I've never watched anything Lupin related outside of this. I've never watched any of the shows. I've never seen any of the other movies. But I have seen the opening car chase scene from this movie like a million times. I've watched it a million times. It served as inspiration for art for me, and I thought, you know what? I was drawing something based off of it this past week, so I thought, you know what? I'm gonna actually watch this movie. And it was so good. Gideon, how much longer is this game? Asking because I don't know if I'll be able to get the plush I'm working on finished and on the fridge. Operative word is finished. It's not much longer. There's only one world after this. I might come back to Epic Yarn just for like a casual stream here or there, maybe. Because it's just a fun game to play, but I don't know. I can't make any promises on that. The 3D animated Lupin the Third movie that came out a while back is very fun too. Do recommend. Yeah, I heard that was really good. I absolutely adored the music and the way the film is shot and done. It really is. Okay, I don't know how much of my previous sentence you heard, but basically... We're back! Oh golly, and the chat is catching up. I don't know how much of... Literally barely hear previous sentence. Okay, I don't know how much of what I said you actually heard, so I'll just repeat myself. It's a movie that very much feels like a Ghibli movie, which makes sense because, you know, it's Miyazaki. It's his first, you know, directorial movie. There's a lot of crowd shots and large gears and mechanical things that you'll see. You'll see a lot of detail in water and sceneries. Cars are drawn spectacularly. There's flying machines. There's everything you would expect from a Ghibli movie is in this movie. There's weird lore and like evil occult people that show up. It's amazing. Gimli? Did I say Gimli? I thought I said Ghibli. Ah yes, Studio Gimli. Give me more movies, please. I have this this affliction, you see. It's called Projectima Favorite Characteritises. It's a horrible condition. I'm sure many of us suffer from it. Where I watch things and I think to myself, this reminds me of characters. I like from other things. And I'm watching this movie, and I'm constantly thinking to myself, okay, yeah, but what if Sherwood was in this situation? Because I understand that as a character, Lupin is not necessarily as innocent as Sherwood is at times. In the manga and in a lot of the other movies and TV shows, he's a bit of a ladies' man. But in this movie, he is, you know, played up a bit more, what's the proper word? A bit more good intentioned, at times. And like, okay, hear me out, right? You have this comical thief who gets into Buster Keaton-style antics, and there is many scenes in this movie where I'm watching this movie, I'm thinking to myself, oh, I know this exact shot from a Buster Keaton movie. I see what Miyazaki was doing there. So you've got this comical thief who gets himself into Buster Keaton-styled antics and uses disguises to get out of a lot of situations and problems and sneak past people, and drives an adorable little yellow car. Change the Fiat into a Volkswagen and make him a fox, and you've essentially got Sherwood. Oh, my beads! Yeah. Something I thought was very distracting about the movie, and again, keep in mind, I've never seen any other Lupin media, but I know some of the general things. I knew the characters. I know Lupin. I know Jigen. I know Inspector. I've forgotten his name, but I know the Inspector. I know these characters, but I've never watched any of their movies. So this was my first impression. Shmup! Shmup with good music. Whoa. I forget what I was saying before. But yeah. Goemon, yes, Goemon. I know him as well. He's not the Inspector, but I knew of him as well. So this was kind of my first, my first interaction with really anything proper, like introduction to Lupin. But I gotta say, I am hooked. I am hooked. I really enjoyed it. But yeah, replace the Fiat with a Volkswagen. And I'm just saying, the similarities are there. Oh, I remember what I was saying. So something that was kind of distracting for me though, watching the movie. So keep in mind, this movie originally came out in 1979, but didn't get dubbed until 1999. So this didn't release in the U.S. until over 20 years after it first came out in Japan. And something I thought was really confusing was that throughout the movie, Lupin himself is referred to as Wolf throughout the whole movie, which I thought, hey, that's kind of strange. Listen, I know I've never interacted with this thing before, but I'm pretty sure that's not his name. Maybe they're mistaking him for someone else, and that's going to be a plot point, like, oh, the real Wolf is going to reveal himself at some point. And no, that is his name. It's just the fact that apparently there was copyright issues with the original Lupin stories, because he's like the third generation of this famous French thief who originates from basically French Sherlock Holmes but evil, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if the original Lupin was a real guy, but I'm pretty sure it was a series of books first. Either way. So that was really confusing, and then Cherry and I were talking about it later, and it's like, oh no, yeah, that's his name in this dub. Lupin is Spanish for wolf, so if I'm not mistaken. See, I didn't know that. That makes sense because the family, the genetic family, the genius, I believe wolves are genius lupine or something like that. It's all Greek to me. I'll say that much. Oh boy, boss time. Meta Knight! Guys, Meta Knight! We're between levels, so I'm gonna add some plushies. This is a WebP. So what I'll do is I'll copy you into Fire Alpaca. And then I'll save you. Save you to this folder. So firstly, we got from Teeter. Teeter sent a really good plush. Teeter sent us. What did Teeter send us? He sent us a Squiddo. It's an inkling. They're a kid now. They're a squid now. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move Zoroark over here because I love Zoroark. Zoroark is gonna go over here by Plunk and Ed, just to make up a little extra space over here. And then, guys, you thought we were done? You thought we were done with... Where is it? Where did it save to? There. You guys thought we were done with the pony plushes? You thought KG was done sending us pony plushes? Bad news, everybody. We got another one. Psych! It's Galarian Ponyta. Galarian Ponyta is such a fun design. They made it like a mythical unicorn. It's gonna go by the dragon because fairy types are strong against dragons. Lupus. Lupine is a group. Ah! I did not know. It's a Pokemon. I know. These are jokes. Oh yeah, Gideon live chat. Thank you, Cherry. Thank you for the reminder. Let's go fight Meta Knight. Thumbnail is gonna have so much plush. You know, with Sticker Star, right? I was putting the stickers on the thumbnails. There have been... Oh, hey, buddy. Meta Knight, you good? He's got a migraine. Oh. Hey, Meta Knight. How's it going, bud? With Sticker Star, I was putting the stickers in the thumbnail because I could. But with Epic Yarn, there have consistently been too many plushes every night for me to put them in the thumbnail without the thumbnail just being plushies. What do I do, Sir Meta Knight? Sir Meta Knight, what do we do? Loba was Spanish for wolf. Oh! That's like, that makes sense. Like the guy from Puss in Boots. When it comes to the names, it's all Greek to me. Sonic X Eggman on the topic of the E-Series robots. What do I do? Good Meta Knight remix here. Yes! How do I hit him? Do I have to grab what he throws? Okay, I do. I thought so, but that didn't work before. Meta Knight, calm down. Meta Knight, please. I'm only a boy! Sometimes I wonder if this game is even canon. They've never said this game isn't canon, and as a matter of fact, so, they've done on Twitter every once in a while, like little Kirby news updates. Poo 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 TV, I believe they are. I believe they've been called. They've done like the Kirby Twitter was pretty active for a while, and in one of them, I believe you could see in one of the backgrounds on like a Christmas tree, I think it was, the sock that contains Patchland. So Epic Yarn is canon. Hold still. Meta Knight, I swear to Ripple Star, Meta Knight, if you do not hold still for 5 seconds, I'm dying, Squirtle. Stop it! Gideon, everything is yarn. KG, we are this far in the game. I am aware. That did nothing. Do I have to hit his sword? What do? What do, Sir Meta Knight? Sir Meta Knight, what do I do? I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this fight, Sir Meta Knight. He has a special touchscreen design. Do I throw it at this? No. I'm getting big Chibi Robo vibes from this music. That makes me happy. That didn't work. That didn't work. What do I do? Pretty sure this game is canon. Look at the Canvas Curse references. True, Canvas Curse is also canon. You swine! Meta Knight, give me a hand here. Okay. Do I have to, like, wait for him to be open? Do I have to wait for him to have, like, done an attack? I probably can't just hit him because he's gonna swing his arms from side to side. There we go. You have to do the Mario. That's how you beat him. You beat Meta Knight by doing the Mario. Blue Sword speeds by. It's Yarn Galaxia. Too fast for Kirby's eyes. It's Blue Galaxia. Meta Knight, he can really move. Meta Knight, he's got a Spanish attitude. Meta Knight. To win this game, drink Dr. Pepper. Correct. We need Dr. P! Yee! Dr. Pepper, save me. Dr. Pepper, save me. Paging Dr. Pepper. Paging Dr. Pepper! Dr. Pepper to the operating room. We have a dingus down here who doesn't know how to dodge yarn. That Mad Knight. Just play Kirby's Epic Yarn, they said. It'll be fun and relaxing and easy, they said. And then Meta Knight shows up. Pardon me, boys, that the Chattanooga Choo-Choo. Track 29. Oh, you can give me a shine. Can you afford to board the Chattanooga Choo-Choo? I've got my fare, and just a trifle to spare. Which means we're not very far. Oh, when nowhere and you hear the whistle pouring into the bar, that means Tennessee is not very far. Shovel all the coal in, gotta keep it rolling. Woo, Chattanooga, there you are. I'm losing my mind. This boss is nothing compared to I forgot Krakow was in this game. Krakow has, okay, what's Krakow's deal, right? Krakow constantly has beef for no good reason. I think we've talked about this before. But Krakow is in like every Kirby game, almost every Kirby game, consistently. He's like Wispy Woods, where like he just shows up and Kirby's not even doing anything, but Krakow has beef. Krakow is out for blood and wants Kirby dead. And like, for what reason? Kirby's just hanging out. Kirby's in bubbly clouds, just doing his thing, just eating some cloud vegetables that are up in the clouds. I need to kill Meta Knight, and I need to kill him now. Forget the beads. Forget the beads. Kirby doesn't have beef. They'd be a cloud. Exactly. Krakow doesn't like intruders in his Cloud Kingdom. That's fair, but like, the Waddle Dees are okay? The Waddle Doos are okay? Listen, all I'm saying is I've seen like 10 Sir Kibbles up in bubbly clouds, and they can stay. The Waddle Doos, okay, I get it, because like Krakow has like a thing with them because he drops them, but you're telling me Sir Kibble isn't an intruder. You're telling me Sir Kibble is not an intruder! Meta Knight? Meta Knight. I feel dumb. They're natural inhabitants. That's fair. That's fair. But you're telling me the bears that show up in bubbly clouds are natural to that environment. Meta Knight is going to break me. I need to wait for him to swing his sword. Son of a goat. A goat specifically. I need to wait for him to swing his sword, and then I can, like, then you hit him, and then you hit him! They're invited. Okay. So you're telling me that, like, Krako is just having this sick cloud birthday party, and Kirby is just not invited? That's pretty rude. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it. That's kind of rude. Like, Kirby's a chill guy. Sure, he eats, like, everything. Yes, that's fair. But, like, I don't know. It's kind of rude not to invite him. I mean, you know, he's Kirby. Listen, all I'm saying is that if I was Krako and I was having, like, a birthday party for Waddle Doo or something, I would invite Kirby. Kirby and Waddle Doo are friends, probably. No pink puffs allowed. Oh, but Bronto Burt is allowed? Listen, no pink puffs allowed, but Bronto Burt can come? He's pink and puffy. Okay, do the bit. Yes! Get the beads, get the beads, get the beads, get the beads. Kirby, go, get the beads. Okay. Oh, he's got the red sword. You ever notice that Meta Knight's swords in this game are the same colors as he did the super move? Oh, there's spikes up there. His swords in this game are the same color as the multiple links in Zelda 4 Swords. Oh, it's this really bad. Oh, this is really bad. Oh, this is really bad. Oh, no. Okay. Well, Kirby wasn't invited to Krako's party, so Kirby basically is the intruder to him. So Krako doesn't have the right to invite who he doesn't and doesn't. Listen, I'm just saying. It's kind of impolite. He invites all of Kirby's friends, but doesn't invite Kirby? I'm sorry, that's kind of rude. I'm just saying, that's kind of mean. What if he invited, like, King Dedede, right? He invites King Dedede. What if he invited Meta Knight and Dedede and... Well, then again, I mean... And then again, Krako doesn't like Meta Knight and Dedede either. So you know what? I'm sorry, Krako. Go. Get him! That's right. Get out of here. Get out of here. You know what? I'm sorry, Krako. I misjudged Krako. Krako is just a guy who really appreciates his personal space. And, like, he doesn't like it when people cross his boundaries. And you know what? That's not okay. Kirby, listen, I love Kirby. But Kirby doesn't understand the concept of personal space. Have you ever seen Kirby share his food with other people? Kirby just walks up and kisses people on the lips who he doesn't, he's like not related to them. He doesn't know them very well. Kirby just like sparrows food into people's mouths. And you know what? Krako's not into that. And that's okay that Krako's not into that. Krako likes his personal space. And Kirby's just... you know, he is kind of an invader. He is kind of intrusive. So you know what? That's fair. Official Ed Tonic Trouble plush. He's going on the overlay now. He's going on like Donkey Kong. Where'd he go? Over there. I'm so used to Big Beat Mario and how that remixes the conversations from Hotel Mario, that I honestly thought, where'd she go? Over there! We're from the same cutscene. They're not. It's Ed! This is a really funny plush. I love him. I love when you see plushes of characters that don't have limbs and just have, like, floating hands and legs, because they have to figure out, like, how do we put this guy together? But that's a good-looking plush. I like him. He can go over here by Wooloo. Yeah. Next plush we have Espeon. Look at this Espeon. That's a cute Espeon. I chose this one because it was transparent. 'Tis a sad day for Kirby. Listen. It is a sad day for Kirby, but Kirby just needs to learn how to respect other people's boundaries. That's all. The day Kirby learns how to respect other people and respect their boundaries, I'm sure Krako will be happy to invite Umbreon and Kirby to his next social gathering. But you know what? Trust is something you have to earn. And you know, Kirby just hasn't earned Krako's trust. I started out on Kirby's side, but you know what? I'm shifting to Team Krako. I'm sorry. I'm slowly shifting over to Team Krako on this one. Lastly, a plush from Teeter. Okay, Teeter, you made me laugh, so you actually get 2 plushies. First, we've got from Teeter. We've got 2 plushies. They're both really good. We've got Tonberry. Watch out! Uh-oh! Watch out. Here, funny joke. Sherwood, watch out! Watch out, the Tonberry's coming. He's coming, he's got his knife. Sherwood, watch out! He's coming! He's gonna shank you! Sherwood, run! Sherwood, go! Get out of here! He's getting closer! Sherwood! My boy! Oh no. Guys, Sherwood has his AirPods in. He can't hear us! Oh no! He can go by Ralph. And then the plushie that made me laugh. You know him, you love him. It's Krako. I'm having a lot of fun playing with dolls on the stream tonight. Oh. We're gonna put Krako. Krako belongs up in the sky, so we're gonna put him near the top. I'm gonna put him over by Ed. There we go. Who is the lizard? That's Tonberry from Final Fantasy. Let's see. Was about to say I left halfway through Meta Knight. What did I miss? But apparently not much. You missed the discussion of Krako. Espeon is my favorite evolution. Teeter, you got good taste. Yeah, but I'm actually serious about the Krako thing. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. I'm playing it up for laughs. But honestly, the argument is perfectly fair, and I agree. If you don't want to invite somebody to your party, you don't have to. If they're not your friend, you don't need to feel obligated. Would it be nice? Sure. Will they feel included? Yes. But you don't have to if you don't want to. Let's see. I'd get one if it wasn't so rare and pricey. Gideon, seeing the things I do with Sylveon and Unite. I am a menace to society. Yes! But for real, if you were 100%ing the game, Krako will be problematic in Epic Yarn. Oh boy, I look forward to meeting Krako. We did it! We got the magic yarn! The magic yarn shimmered, spiraled, and swirled high into the sky. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa! Guys! Patchland! Stitched back together!
And the Patchland was stitched back together thanks to Kirby and Prince Fluff.
Yeah!
Thanks, Kirby.
Guys.
I couldn't have done it without your help. Kirby and Prince Fluff jumped for joy.
Woo!
But their celebration was
Hi,
cut
Meta Knight.
short when Meta Knight awoke.
Oh, he has awoken.
Kirby, forgive me. I blame the yarn.
I blame the yarn.
Meta Knight
It was
explained
too
to Kirby
snuggly
that
and
Yin Yarn
comfortable.
was taking over
This scarf
Dreamland.
is horrible. I love it so.
This upset Kirby.
He said the
No
thing!
idea how to get back to Dreamland.
This upset Kirby immensely.
I've got it, Fluff declared.
Sock!
Fluff pulled out a sock just like the one Yin Yarn Dreamland. This upset Kirby.
just go here. And we'll just... Where did it save to? Where did that save? Hello? Oh, hi! Hello! Guys, we have a new friend. You know who our new friend is? It's Boney from Mother 3. A game that does not exist according to Nintendo of America. It's him. I'm sorry, excuse me. It's not Boney. It's just a dog-like person. He's just a little man. He's just a little man. He's gonna go over here by Espeon. He's just a little man. And we love him. Continue.
He had no idea how to get back to Dreamland. I've got it.
I've
Fluffy
got it.
declared.
Da 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 da.
Pulled out a sock just like the one Yin Yarn had stolen from Patch Castle.
Oh.
Socks always come in pairs.
I was
Now
gonna
that
ask.
Patchland was stitched back together,
My question
the
was
other
answered.
sock's
I was gonna
magic
ask
had been
if you just
restored.
had that the whole
Be careful,
time.
Kirby. Yin Yarn is one mean piece of string.
He's one
He'll be
mean
fine.
piece of string.
After all, I'm going with him. Fluffy.
Yeah.
And they
Teamwork.
all set out for Dreamland to button up Yin Yarn's story once and for all.
Get it all buttoned up. Here comes Dee. Uh-oh! Dee. I went back to the gallery to Patch Plaza so we would get the rest of the cutscene because apparently I got cut off mid-cutscene, which is great. So now we go over here and we go to Dreamland. Whoop! Loading, please wait. Ta-da! And behold, this delightful version of the Ripple Star theme. Oh wait! Before we go to Dreamland, we should go back to Spaceland. Because there's more levels to do there first. Beep beep. There's more levels in Spaceland. See, I have a patch. And it's a patch that goes over here. All right. When I sleep on my arm wrong, instead of causing me extreme pain, it should just kill me. The devs need to work on that in the next update. Ow! I am terribly sorry about that, Cherry. We're going to Moonbase Alpha, which means there's going to be a lot of ow. Hey you. You're mad at. You're mad at. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it the tank? It is the tank. Is it gonna be hard to control? You bet. I'll have to use the D-pad. How many worlds and how many levels does this Kirby Epic Yarn game have? I'm not sure exactly how many, but there's like 7 worlds-ish. I forget. SRB 2 cart models. Yes. What about them? Peppermint, is that what you're doing? Well, at least this section isn't an auto-scroller, so that should at least make controlling this a little easier. Kirby's a tank. Kirby's not just yarn. He's a tank. Cosmic Bin! This transports trash to a different dimension. The future is a great place. It truly is. Wait a second. Wait a second. This transports trash to a different dimension? So it transports trash to another dimension? Guys, is this Kirby lore? Are we getting secret Kirby lore? I told you Epic Yarn was canon. I told you Epic Yarn was canon, didn't I? Kirby the Tank Yarn Engine. Yup. It was a lovely day up in the Kingdom of Dreamland. Kirby was eating things, as he usually does. When suddenly, the Fat King arrived. Sir D Hat arrived. 7 worlds, I believe. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, that's like, okay, actually, okay, we have machines with cores similar to that of Nova. We really are getting secret Kirby lore tonight. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. That's how we go. Can I just... Bad idea! Hey, I'm gonna clobber that there yarn engine, said the Fat Penguin King. And he set about thinking of all the ways he could go about messing with Kirby's plans for the day. Porthole! This window shows you what it's like outside in the future. Oh no. No, don't land on them. Don't land on them! What was up with the extra game styles menu in Super Mario Maker 2? Seriously, how is that not false advertising? I don't know, and I don't know what hit me. I don't know, and that will never not bother me. That will never not bother me that Mario Maker 2 has extra game styles pluralized in its menus, and it's just 3D Land. Like, I have to wonder, were they planning more? Were they planning to do more and the game just wasn't as successful as they hoped? So they were just like, well, one style. Maybe we'll do DLC. Because I kind of feel like maybe that was the plan. I kind of feel like maybe that was the plan with Mario Maker 2, where maybe, like, instead of... I don't know, maybe Mario Land was initially going to be an extra game style. Maybe they were going to do a Zelda game style, and then that later became the Master Sword power-up. Same goes for Mario 2, where the SMB2 mushroom then just came about. I've always wondered what was up with that. That game, Nintendo ended support for Mario Maker 2 way too soon, in my opinion. I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with this. I'm just a single Kirby. He's only a boy! I guess we'll have to wait for Mario Maker 3 DS. I kind of wanted to get the 3DS version of Mario Maker. You know, the 3DS version of Mario Maker would have at least made, like, a fun companion piece to the Wii U version. If you could have, like, I don't know, just to use as, like, a way of planning out levels you want to make on the go, as, like, a scratch pad. But now that, you know, Mario Maker 2 on the Switch, it's like, well, it's portable, so there's not much purpose in that. Evidence suggested they wanted to make Mario 2 USA, but couldn't get it to work because of all the unique assets and COVID. Yeah, but, like, see, okay, I get that. I'm not counterpointing you. I'm counterpointing the logic on Nintendo's part. My counterpoint is 3D World, where 3D World has all this stuff that's exclusive to it. So just, I don't know, do that with Mario 2 assets. Mario Maker 3DS wasn't all that great, I gotta say personally. Yeah, kind of disappointing. I didn't wind up getting it, but I was still kind of disappointed by it. Because I was so excited for that being, oh, it's Mario Maker on the 3DS, heck yeah. And then it's like, oh, it's kind of gutted. Yeah, I love Mario Maker 2. Don't get me wrong, I've talked about this before. Shooting Star Patch. I've talked about this before. Mario Maker 2 is easily like one of my favorite video games. And the thing, my greatest criticism about that game is I know it could have been even better. Because look at him hula hooping. Woo! Oh! No! No! A moment of silence for the alien who was bold enough to hula hoop on Saturn's rings. Emily, you sent me a plush. We will observe a moment of silence first. The silence has been observed. Just gonna open up some of these and add some of these. I'm slowly making my way down the line with all these plushies. I hope, part of me genuinely does hope that we get a Mario Maker 3. And if not, I hope that Nintendo just backpedals. I hope that they just backpedal their decision to stop adding things to Mario Maker 2 and instead just do DLC. Like they did with the original Mario Maker, where the original Mario Maker wasn't going to get DLC and then it did. I kind of just hope they do that, where they just say screw it and add more stuff. Because that would be amazing. That's all Mario Maker 2 really needs. They don't really need to make a Mario Maker 3. They just need to keep adding stuff to Mario Maker 2. And then I'm good. I'm set. Let's get some more plushies in here. Emily sent the boy. Here comes the boy. It's him. He's here. Lucas is a lovely lad. He will go. He's a lovely lad. He deserves to be in a special place. He can go over here by Bark. Him and Bark are friends. Then we will also add... Where did it go? Where did you go? We will add Jolteon! My favorite evolution. Well, actually, Jolteon and Leafeon are my favorites. I think I might like Leafeon a little more, but also Jolteon is yellow and spiky, and I like that a lot. He'll go down here by Tonberry. Yeah. Lucas looks so happy. He does. Lucas deserves to be happy. Let's see. Not as big a Mario Maker fan in general, mostly due to all the uploaded levels being Kaizo, do nothing, single screen puzzles are big messes. Yeah. But that's why you just kind of gotta look for, like, Super Worlds, in my opinion, are the best thing to come out of Mario Maker 2. And I'm sure you can easily find good codes for good Super Worlds out there. There's one that I played. I checked it out because Vinny played it on stream. And so I wound up playing it, and I played it. Oh! Oh, we're back. We're back. Hi, everybody. Okay, we're back. Luna has not been here, and so there's been no Daroch representation. So I'm making up for that with some Daroch plushes. I have this Daroch plush, by the way, and this is one of the greatest plushes ever made. He's absolutely phenomenal. Soft, wonderfully constructed, accurate to the model. He's beautiful. He can go over here by Zoroark and Pinky and Chuckle. It looks like Daroch and Pinky are holding hands. Oh. Okay, so let's see. I know that dedicated mobile consoles are pretty much dead now as an experience. Is an experience I can't explain genuinely. I guess phone games are it now? I don't know, it's disappointing. So, like, being told directly, hey, video games aren't for you anymore, and I just have to accept that. I'm sorry. It does suck that, like, on-the-go gaming, Nintendo is, like, the only people that support it. Well, them and Steam, with the Steam Deck, if you feel like paying $500 for a portable console. Yee. But yeah, as I was saying before, Mario Maker 2's local co-op is so much fun. It is absolutely phenomenal. And even if you're playing alone, I highly recommend. I forget what it's called, but I'll definitely look it up. there is a super world that was made. It's 7 worlds, each with 5 stages. And it's all I believe it's strictly the Super Mario Bros. 3 theme. But it genuinely, the levels are really well designed. They're really clever. They have some interesting mechanics and gimmicks at play. And it feels like a real new Mario game. It's fantastic. So even if you don't really like to make levels, honestly, just playing levels can be... Hi, Prince Fluff! Why, Prince Fluff? He's just going. Look at he go! I have to go now, Kirby. My planet needs me. But yeah. I'd say just kind of look around for some good Super Worlds to play. And you'll get, like, infinite games worth of fun out of Mario Maker. Shmup. Shmup! Let's see. Pinky X Daroch is my OTP. I know, right? Listen. You don't expect the crack ships of the out of universe crack ships, but they're good. Oh. Do send this world code ASAP. I will. I'll look into it. No! It's him! We were just talking about you. Hi, Kracko. How goes? Oh, Lord. Guys, you didn't tell me we were playing Toho today. Oh. How many times have I made that joke? Gideon, you missed the first part. That was a 3-part message. The Switch isn't a mobile console. It's a portable home console. And that's the difference between the best games ever made and the crummy version on a home console. Yes. Okay. Knowing that dedicated mobile consoles are pretty much dead now is an experience I can't explain, genuinely. No, I agree. I'm sorry I missed the first half of that message, but I did get the general gist of it. And yeah, it does suck. Because as much as I love the Switch is a fantastic console, the Switch is not as easy to carry and take with you places as, say, the 3DS was. I used to carry my 3DS in my pocket everywhere. I would not even dream of putting my Nintendo Switch in my pocket. Those Joy-Cons are gonna get funky. They're gonna be drifted. And also, it's just too big. What, you gotta put it in your back pocket and sit on it? And bend it like that one iPhone? The one that was made out of aluminum? Outer Rings. But no, I do agree, and it is sad to think that handheld gaming is kind of a thing of the past now. There are no new handheld games coming out, as much as there was back in the day. Because the Switch is a wonderful console, but if you're going to take it anywhere, you need to have a carrying case, and that's just not as easy to transport. Sure, if you're going someplace and you've got a bag with you, you can chuck that in your bag and carry it around, but you can't just put it in your pocket. It's different, you know? Tudor and Emily will BRB. Okie dokie. Let's see. Sent an image. Jolteon got what barely qualifies as a tail. What? Oh. Jolteon. Why? Okay, guys, don't take this out of context. I'm not just showing a picture of Jolteon's butt. So please don't think that's what I'm doing. But this poor creature has, like, no tail. Tailless. Bobtail. I'm sorry, Jolteon. You deserve better. There are dedicated Switch bags. Yeah, but you can't just, like, pocket. Done. It's not like a phone, you know? The 3DS. The DS. The Game Boy Advanced SP. Those are all consoles that were small enough that you could just comfortably slip them in your pocket, take them away, you know? I don't know. I agree. I very much agree that it's a very different experience to have to carry around this smaller console that goes in a carrying case or a bag, and and carry that around instead of just putting it in your pocket. I completely agree. It's sad, but at the same time, and again, this is just the way I look at it, there's nothing stopping you from for the longest time. Oh, for the longest, if you said goodbye to me tonight, there would still be music left to write. Optimum hates me, and I hate them too. My connection hasn't been good in the longest time. Oh, for the longest time. Oh, for the longest time. Oh, are we back? Are we here? Hi. Hello. How are you? I hope you're well. A Bean is here. We have Bean now. I was rummaging around. I was thinking, okay, what should I do while I wait? I'll put Bean on screen. Here's Bean. Okay, here's Sonic the Fighter's Bean. Here's Sonic the Fighter's Fang. I love him. He's literally, this plush is literally perfect. And he even has the holster. You can't tell me he isn't perfect. And now, to complete the hooligans, all we need now is Sonic the Fighter's Bark. Look, he is so huggable. This little scarf has little fringy tassels on it too. I love him. Perfection. The gang's all here. Okay. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat because I couldn't read while that was happening. Okay, here's fun discourse / debate. Out of all the evolutions, which one would you put from committing war crimes to just a little guy? Okay. Here's how I'm gonna rank them, right? Least war crime committing is Eevee. Listen, I know it would be funny to say Eevee is the one that commits all the war crimes, but he's just a little baby. Just a little baby. Baby wants to commit war crimes, but baby can't actually commit war crimes. Speaking of Pokemon, by the way, have a plush here, a lovely plush here, a wonderful plush here, in fact, from Mario Simpson. It's Chikorita! It's a Pokemon Center Chikorita. That's a really cute Chikorita plush, too. Good leaf. I like the leaf. Vaporeon has probably drowned someone at some point. That's not quite a war crime. I don't think drowning violates the Geneva Convention, but it's probably happened. Okay, so then next we have Leafeon. Leafeon is pure. Leafeon has not. Leafeon has done no such violations of the Geneva Convention. And I'm gonna say the same goes for Glaceon. Glaceon is too chill for that, in my opinion. I think Glaceon is too just done with everyone else's BS. And hanging out in its own little world. And then after that, we have Umbreon. Umbreon has probably done something, but I don't know what, and we still haven't figured out what. And that's concerning, because we don't know if they are or aren't innocent. Espeon has definitely been used as a lie detector at one point or another to commit war crimes with. Definitely. Absolutely. Glaceon would give Frostbite. Frostbite is not a war crime, madam. That is a weather condition. Flareon, burning people alive, does defy... Flamethrowers are illegal, and owning one, or using one, not owning one, but using one, does violate the Geneva Convention. So Flareon has definitely committed war crimes. Jolteon, electrocution. Unfortunately, that is a little in the bad zone. Umbreon sweats poison. See? Okay, then we know. Poisoning. Espionage, right? And then so from least to most, you're probably wondering, oh, well, who, it's Sylveon. Listen, you can't look you cannot listen. Listen to me, okay? Are you listening? Are we on the same page here? Look into these eyes. Look into those eyes. Those eyes have seen things. Those eyes have done things. Atrocities, abominations have been committed by this creature. This being is the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse rolled in one. You could not begin to imagine the horrors that live behind those cold eyes. But Eevee's just a little baby. Oh, let's see. Oh. So. Yeah. My friends, I stood up and all of a sudden, headache hit me. I think I need a break. I'm sorry I can't stay longer. Take care, everyone. Oh my goodness, Teeter, I'm terribly sorry. You get some rest, have a lie down, and get some rest, my guy. I'm really sorry. You have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. Least war crime committing is Leafeon. Yes, agreed. Absolutely, 150%. Sylveon is definitely the one that would commit crime. See, I'm glad we're on the same page here. I'm glad. Gideon, this is Cap, and you know, this is the truth. We're going to Wispy's Forest. Are we gonna get the music? I think we're gonna. Come on. Where is it? Yeah! Guys, we're in Dreamland. We are in Dreamland. Oh my goodness. I am delighted by this already. Woo! Let's see. I was talking about the mentality of game devs while making games, not the size of the consoles, but if you want to crack open that egg, here I go. The Switch is far too big. I still bring my 3DS everywhere with me, everywhere. The Switch is both too big and poorly made to bring anywhere. I'd just snap it in half if you tried. Okay, but though that does make me question, though, what you meant otherwise. So you mean... And I genuinely am just trying to understand what you mean. You mean that handheld gaming is dead in the sense of how developers make their games? Is that what you mean? Like, not making games that are sort of easy to pick up and play and then put down at a moment's notice? Because I do agree with you to an extent, except for the fact that, you know, the Switch has sleep mode. Game Boy Advance didn't have sleep mode, other consoles didn't have sleep mode, sure the DS did. But you could hypothetically just, you know, put the console in sleep mode until you're ready to continue playing. I don't know. I agree and disagree on that point. Let's see. Flareon can control their heat, if I'm not mistaken. They know they can get away with their shenanigans and literally bully dragons. Yeah, exactly. Flareon. Rotating cannon. Ah! Oh, that was almost bad. No. I find it really funny how, like, this is one of the objective best remixes of Green Greens, to the point where they have reused and remixed this version. Wispy Woods! Someone has carved the face of Wispy Woods onto this large tree. No, they didn't carve Wispy Woods' face onto that tree. That just is him. I find it really cool how, like, this game came out and has this remix of Green Greens in it, and how from here on out, a lot of the newer remixes of Green Greens you heard for a long time were based on Epic Yarn. Such as the such as the medley version that would be used for the Kirby 20th anniversary, that was then later used, hi bud, hey Wispy, that was then later used for the 3DS theme, the one Kirby 3DS theme you can get, which I have and used quite often. Yes, home console games are big budget and meant to be played in hour increments. Mobile games are small budget and meant to be played in a minute increments. Okay, so here's Cherry, I understand exactly why you are having the problem with the Switch that you are. And it's not on the fault of the Switch, but it's not on the fault of you either. It is, you are a victim of circumstance in this case. Being that, I know that for some reason you just can't add funds and can't access the eShop on your Switch because somebody messed with the passwords and won't give them to you. There is a lot of games on Switch on the eShop that have that sort of more mobile accessible, handheld accessible vibe to them, that have more of that pick up and play nature. The AAA big budget titles, yeah, they're not gonna be as easy to pick up and play. A bear. Unless you're going for like a Mario game, something that's level based, like a new Super Mario Bros. Type game. Mario Wonder is a very good example of a game that is very pick up and play. The levels are decently long, but not super long that you take like an hour to beat a single level. But if you go on the eShop, there are a lot of games like that that you can download and play that have that sort of more mobile slash handheld vibe to them, where they're very easy to pick up and play, very easy to just sort of play for a little bit, stop, come back later. You know, again, pick up and play. I've just repeated myself. But you get what I mean. Unfortunately, I know that you can't really access those games due to the eShop being borked on your Switch, and for that I am very sorry. But when you look at it from a more broad perspective, I don't think it's necessarily a flaw of the Switch, and it's more so just a flaw of big budget titles today. A lot more of the indie stuff you'll find is easier to pick up and play. Gravity Circuit, for example, is a game that I find myself, I still haven't finished it, but I have been replaying the levels constantly. And I find that that is a very easy game. I can pop it on, I can play a level, I can put it down, I can be very happy with the game that I just played. It does feel very, I mean, it's a game inspired by Mega Man Zero on the Game Boy Advance, for crying out loud. So it makes sense that that same structure would be present, considering it's inspired by a Game Boy Advance game. Yeah. But those are just, you know, that's just my opinion. Yeah, I'd say that it's not completely dead. There definitely are still a lot of those games out there. You just need to be able to use the eShop to access them. Another good example of a game like that is Part-Time UFO, which is a HAL-developed game. There's Kirby Easter eggs in that game. That game is a great example of very, very handheld, friendly game on the Switch. Unfortunately, it is eShop exclusive, so if you don't have access to the eShop, you're not going to be able to play it. Yeah. Odyssey is the exception. You can easily get a moon or two on a bus ride. There's smaller games in the eShop, but I can get a lot of them on my phone. Why buy a Switch when I can get it on my phone? Because there's a lot of games, again, there's a lot of games on the Switch, on the eShop, that you can't get on your phone. Gravity Circuit, Part-Time UFO. Give me a little time. I promise you I will think of more, because there are other ones that I've played. Yeah, those are, I mean, that's just two examples. But there's plenty other like that, where you can pick up and play, and they're really good. They're just only on the eShop. I don't want to hurt the bear. Look at him. To look at this man and tell me you want to hurt him. You don't. If you do, please go see a doctor. Because a lot of phones overheat. That's true. I'm trying to think of other games that are sort of good like that in the pick up and play sense. I mean, even honestly, even off the eShop, I would say, yeah. I mean, yeah, technically it's a Wii game, but try out Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, or even I would say even Kirby and the Forgotten Land is another game like that. That's very easy to just pick up, play a level, and put down. I remember I didn't beat Forgotten Land when I first got it because I bought it and then like I went back to work a week or two later, and then a couple months later, KG was talking about it. I'm like, man, you know, I really want to get back to this game. Hi, Prince Fluff. Thanks, man. And I found it to be a very easy game to just pick up and play a couple levels after work each day, and then put it back down. Yeah. Are we back? I'm just adding plushies now. Teeter sent me Builder Luigi and Metal Mario, and I found this delightful little bootleg Fang plush from Sonic the Fighters while I was looking for plushies the other day. He's gonna go up here by the rest of the hooligans. I'm gonna go right here. There we go. And then Metal Mario. No, we want to hear Metal Mario. Metal Mario is gonna go by Jolteon. And Builder Luigi will go over here by Tidus, Madrat, and Knack. Gideon, will you call Knack Jr. by his name? Oh, is this proper Knack Jr.? I'm sorry. This is Knack Jr. My mistake. My mistake. I didn't realize that was him. I should have, because that's literally your profile picture. Say it. Say Knack Jr.'s name. Say it. Say my gosh darn name. Gideon doesn't swear. Okay, what was the last thing you heard me say? Because I was saying how, like, there is a lot of easy, good pick-up-and-play games still out there on Switch. Like, you know, I picked up Forgotten Land, and I didn't finish it because I went back to work during the process of playing it, and so I got interrupted. And then a couple months later, I decided to pick it back up after KG and I were talking about it, and she was playing through it. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna pick this game back up, and it was an easy game to just like pick up and play after work. Yeah. You said Kirby and Forgotten Land is good. Kirby and the Forgotten Land is wonderful. And if you're looking for a good game to just kind of pick up and play every once in a while, that's a good game for it. Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Hey, if you want a game that's like the Game Boy Advance in terms of pick up and playability, Mario vs. Donkey Kong just came out. The issue really isn't the Switch, well, the size and flimsiness is, but it lies in the fact that home console gaming and mobile gaming are not the same thing from a developmental standpoint. Again, I agree. I agree with that. I do. However, I do think that the Switch I don't know. That's tough because I do and don't agree. Because I do feel like, and I really am sorry if it sounds like I'm just trying to argue with you, because I promise you that I'm not. I'm not trying to be a pain in the buttock! Just one buttock! Not the whole keister! I'm not trying to be half-assed in how much of a pain I am. All I'm saying is that I kind of don't completely agree. I would say it's more a problem with AAA gaming and less modern console gaming, if that makes any sense. Because a lot of games you can find on Switch, a lot of Nintendo games have that pick-up and play ability. A lot of games on and off eShop have that pick-up and play quality to them. That I don't know if it's a very big, broad issue I think you just kind of have to maybe broaden your horizons a little bit in terms of what games you're checking out. Honestly, if I was to suggest a Nintendo Switch game you can get, and you can get physical, that is good in terms of pickup and playability, Mad Rat Dead is a phenomenal game. If you enjoy rhythm platformers, I highly recommend that. That's a good game to just kind of pick up, play a couple levels, put down, enjoy the story as you go. Yeah. I'm not talking about indies, I'm talking about AAA games. Indies don't have the funding to make a big game. Well, that's the thing, though, and I agree. See, now we're starting to see a little bit more eye to eye. But that's when I would ask, does it matter? Here's the thing about games, right? Video games, we play video games to have fun. They're a form of entertainment. So, is it disappointing? Because, you wind up playing and enjoying games from certain franchises and series, and you get attached to those characters, obviously. But my question would then be, what's more important? The studio that the game comes from and the franchise it's in, or the game itself? That would be my question. Is it more, is the name attached to the game more important to you on a personal level, I'm speaking, not in a broad sort of societal standpoint? Because I know that in a societal standpoint, obviously, the name on the box is more important than the game at large. But I'm just saying on a personal level, is it more important to say, oh, this is the new Mario game, rather than, oh, this is just the new platformer I found that I really enjoyed? I don't know. Small with tons of replay value. Again, those games are definitely still out there. You just have to know where to look. Ow! Wispy Woods. Wispy Woods went from being the least intimidating boss to actually being a threat. What? Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. I do think it is, there is a problem with modern AAA gaming. That is absolutely evident. But I don't know, because the thing is, the indies, the AAA studios of today were the indie studios of yesteryear, and the AAA studios of the future are likely going to be the little studio, the indie studios of today. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my butt. But I don't necessarily know if I agree. It's an interesting topic of discussion, though. I heard Super Cat Tales was good. I forget what that game was about. I'm trying to think of other short but sweet games I've played. Waddle Dee! I look at something like Breath of the Wild. The devs have said they don't understand why people like old Zelda and think it's just nostalgia, and they have no intention to go back. I feel again, I'm not trying to be a pain in the butt. You know me, I'm not trying to be a pain in the butt, but I do think that's a little hyperbolic, because I would have to look into that quote. Because I feel like that's not a thing a real human being would say. But maybe it is. Listen, Miyamoto doesn't want story in Mario games, so maybe that is a real thing a real person said. Tempest Towers. It's not Tempest Towers, it's Butter Building. Butter Building! Oh, it is Tempest Towers, because there's wind. Oh. Whoop. Oh, wait, I missed stuff. There's stuff. The wind has said no. There we go. If a new company came and said, oh, now we'll make old Zelda and call it Nebula or something, then I'd absolutely play Nebula. Or Nelba. I'd probably like Nelba way more than Zelda. I don't care who made it. Okay, then play RZ. Try out RZ. That's a game that's Zelda CDI for Switch. And it's funny and actually looks really good. I mean, I definitely say there are alternatives out there. The wind is like Sonic, because Sonic plays the flute like a coward. Correct! He's the Knight of the Wind, don't you know? That's his defining character trait, is being wind-like! Whoop. Oh, Sonic is a windy boy. No. Zelda CDI from YouTube Poop? No. You've got it the wrong way around. YouTube Poops originated with Zelda CDI. Case. You can arrange your books in here any way you want. Well, I should hope I'd be able to. Fun fact, the first YouTube Poop was made with footage from the Super Mario Bros. 3 cartoon. And it was about as good as you'd expect from a video that came out in 2009. Heh. Sonic doesn't need food. He eats air. Yeah, of course. Didn't... Oh, wait, there's a thing. Oh, I wanted to keep... Well, I kind of like... I want bomb. The bomb is gone. Goodbye, bomb. No, there it is. It's still here. No, it's gone. Oh, those are actual, like, walls! Walls! I'm saved. I am lived. I am lived! Kerbo lives. I did move those plushies off the screen, right? I did, okay. Wait! Kirby, go back! Oh, wait. Oh, a door! Hi, Waddle Doo. How do you do, Waddle Doo? I'm back. Welcome back, Emily. Waddle Doo is here. That is all. Oh, go, 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 go. Go! Kirby, jump. Thank you, my son. Kirby is my son now, guys. Pancakes! These pancakes are piled dangerously and deliciously high. How delightful. Delightfully devilish, Seymour. Why so laggy? I don't know. If I could tell you why my streams were laggy, I would. If I could tell you why my internet service provider was hot garbaggio, I would love to tell you. I don't know why. I don't know why they're like this. Hi, Prince Fluff. Bomb! Hello, Jay. I don't know if you left or not, or if you're just saying hi to somebody else, but it's still nice to say hi. Ah! I don't want to get in that cannon yet. Actually, getting in that cannon might help. That might help me get to where I need to go. Yes, that will help me get to where I need to go, and it'll help me get to what I want as I slowly drift upwards. There we go, but there's still something over there. Oh, there we go. I probably just gotta use a swift cross breeze to get me there. If we hop over here and wait for the wind, like Sonic. I absolutely do intend to buy RZ. That game looks amazing. It does. It looks really good. Very lovingly made. I like a good lovingly made game. But yeah, I'd definitely say the video games you're looking for are out there. You just gotta kind of hunt for them, you know? I would even recommend, honestly, for as much as it's not everybody's favorite Kirby game, I'd even recommend Star Allies. Star Allies is another good pick up and play type game if you're looking for like maybe a Kirby game or something like that to play. Yeah. Ooh. Gideon, have you looked more into Bomber Grounds? It has been a insanely busy week, so I have not had much time. But I do intend on downloading it because it is free. Yikes! Star Allies. Yes, Star Allies. More like poo. Yes, Peppermint. More like Pooh. Prince Pooh. Everyone's favorite character from the hit 90s JRPG Earthbound for Super Nintendo. Play it now on your Nintendo Switch via the Nintendo Switch Online service. But don't ask what Mother 3 is. There is no such thing as Mother 3, and there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Oh, auto-scroller? No. See, the thing is, I never said the games weren't out there, just that the primary games on Switch aren't it, and it sucks that they don't want to make them anymore. I mean, yes, I would agree. You know what? I will say that I do agree to an extent that it is disheartening that the primary games being made aren't really that same kind of, aren't really that cup of tea. And it is a shame that developers are less concerned with making that type of game. Especially like in the case of the Zelda devs, them for example. But, I mean, again, even if that's what's primarily out there, if what you're looking for is short, sweet, to the point, but infinitely replayable games, then I'd say don't worry too much about what the big guys are doing, because they're gonna be focusing on long games anyway. I don't know. Again, I am sorry. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just seeing this from a different perspective. That's all. I'm sorry. I mean, we also have Solid First 3D as well as a remake of Peak Kirby, but yeah, Star Allies. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I've already shilled tonight for whatchamajig, for Return to Dreamland and for Forgotten Land. Star Allies is just another one that's there. I'm just saying it's another alternative. But I have Mother 3 on Switch. In Japanese, of course. Mario Simpson, don't tell Nintendo. Don't tell Nintendo that you have Mother 3. They won't be happy. They will not be pleased. Waddle Dee! Whoa! No! My son. Rest in peace, my son. Cloud Palace! Okay, surely we're not gonna run into Krakow again. Okay, so here's the thing. It is 11:25. We still have a good half hour left in the stream. We've got Cloud Palace, Castle Dedede, an additional stage, and then the final boss. But I also was thinking of hopping back into King Dedede and Meta Knight's sub-games as well as, playing around in the apartment and maybe decorating the apartment a little. Which means we might not have time for all of that tonight. So here's our options. Here are our options. We keep going as far as we can with this tonight. And if we can't finish Kirby's epic yarn tonight, then what I think we might do is next week we'll do an art stream plus the big grand finale of epic yarn. That's what I'm thinking. Hey, friends, sleep hit me all at once, so I was just lurking for a while. Hey, no worries. You're good, you're good, Mega Wii Master. Don't worry about it. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I always think it's neat that sometimes folks fall asleep to my streams, because I do that sometimes. I'll just be watching a long video, a video essay, a stream or something, and I'll fall asleep to it. So knowing that you can fall asleep to me, of all things, is actually a great comfort to me. This is going to sound insane, but I genuinely believe The Link's Awakening is my favorite game of all time. That's not insane. That's a good game. That's a really good game right there. Genuinely, that's a phenomenal game. We can do that. Art stream is good. Okay. So you know what? Because we have one stage, and then a boss and 2 bonus stages left. So we are very close to the end of the game. So I think we'll go check out what's going on with Meta Knight and Dedede for a little bit. And then potentially wrap up the final boss next week. Yeah. Slashing. Best thing in Star Allies for me is the return of Adeline and Ribbon, since Kirby 64 was my first Kirby game. Yeah. And that, you know what? Kirby Star Allies, say what you will about it, that game is actually a fun game for me, at least, to replay, because I love speed running. I love speed run type things. So I can play through the guest star mode, where you play as the helpers and the dream friends instead of Kirby. And I can play through that over and over and over again, trying to get different best times, and also just being able to play as like Daro, which is really fun. Yeah. Getting to play as Daro is the best part of that game. Ship! It's the halberd! Yarn halberd looks great. Happy to see the DLC. Yeah. Absolutely. The DLC, I will say this, for as kind of hollow as Star Allies was at launch, it was a little rough, admittedly. That game was easy and kind of grungy bad. Star Allies was very kind of, it was good, but it was a little basic even for a Kirby game. A little sparse here and there. The level design wasn't the greatest because it was designed in a way that was specifically designed to accommodate multiplayer. And by that I mean the developer said, hey, we're going to have more characters on the screen, which means we need to make the stages more empty. That wasn't great. But then, the DLC, honestly, a lot of the new stuff that was added in the DLC was great. The character-specific stages for the Dream Friends were all really well designed. A lot of them were based off of locations from those characters, like origin games. But then other ones were just completely new stages built around the characters' abilities. But the stages that Daro's got were phenomenal because you have to use the squeaks that you can summon in really clever ways. I really like that. And yeah, and then even the added mode that you get in the DLC that adds new levels to play through as Kirby was really good too. Let's see. So there was this game show tournament, and it was indies pitching their game to big devs, and one of them was Reggie. One of the games, when I saw it, genuinely made me cry. It was a game in the same style as Link's Awakening, and it looked so good until the game was part ARG. In order to solve puzzles, you had to leave the game to go on tons of different websites and solve puzzles there to progress. Sounds interesting. Has merit. Petition to call Werehog the Were-Dog. Yes. You will not get an argument from me. Yes. He's a doggo. I don't care that hedgehogs aren't dogs. He's a dog. Okay, this has been a little rough. Oh, hey! Where are the ships? Gotta love Meta Knight going into his own ship to destroy it. That, you're doing great, Meta Knight. Meta Knight, why are you doing this to your own ship? Let's see. So this immediately put a huge dent in my attitude, because what happens in 10, 20 years from now when those sites are down? That's fair. That was rough. We could probably do better with that. Got rank B. That is definitely the halberd. I'm looking at that. That is definitely the halberd. Let's see, what's DDD up to? I will come back to this, and we will try to be better at the Meta Knight stages, but I am curious what else we can do with DDD. Unless we already perfected DDD. Oh, there's a new stage for DDD. Sweet. That's true. I guess games like that have ARG components to them, they're meant to be enjoyed in the moment. Yes, they should still be enjoyed. Oh, I missed a lot of stuff. Wait, let me start over. It does suck to think, hey, you're not going to be able to play this in like 20 years, but that's what you have for the time being, I guess. It's meant to be enjoyed while it's here. It's a finite experience, which I don't completely agree with. Because, you know, I was talking the other night about how, you know, video games are not a disposable thing. They often get treated like a disposable medium nowadays, with content and blah, 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 and paid services and games that exist for like a year and then get shut down by their publishers, which sucks, so that you can move on to the next thing. But at the same time, something like that has a lot of heart and passion put into it, I think, I don't know. It's disheartening to think, hey, I won't be able to play this ARG-based game in a year. But I think it's meant to be enjoyed while it's around. I don't know. It's one of those things where you kind of have to live in the moment. Don't worry about, as the good book says, don't worry about tomorrow, because tomorrow will worry for itself. And enjoy it while you can enjoy it. Oh. This stage is really fun. Holy cow. DDD's stages, okay, may I just say, DDD Go 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 has consistently been, like, the most fun part of the extra stuff in this game. Where are the plushies for completing the level you just did? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Am I behind on plushies? I think we've added them all. We've added, like, every plushie I have, except for not a plush, but I think he's just as good as one. He's Kirby. He's gonna go, you know, he's gonna go right here, up on the top, by Knack Jr. And then next to him is gonna go, where is my hairbrush? Here we go. Prince Fluff. I didn't hit the bell. I know I missed the bell. I'm gonna play that stage again anyway, because that stage was fun, and I want more beats. I am greedy for them beats. Let's see. 6 out of 6. I have never been more happy to see Reggie because my guy came in and said exactly what you just said and what I just said. The game has so much potential, but it won't be around in a few years. Well, yeah, but they funded the winner's game, and why would I fund a game that won't be around in a few years? That's true. That's perfectly fair. See, that's something where I'd say just go do your indie hobby thing on its own. The Blueprints. I don't see Glacia. What? Or Leaf. What? Did I miss my 2-second favorite Eevee loot? Oh my gosh, I did. And they were the first ones you sent me. I am a fool. I am an amateur and a fool. There are so many plushies. Let's see, where's Glaceon. I love Glaceon. Glaceon is so cool looking. Cool. I'm sorry, that was on me. That's on me. Glaceon will go right here. And then my favorite one. My favorite one. Next, I don't know which one I like more. Jolteon or Leafeon, but Leafeon is really good. So Leafeon is gonna go over here by Sherwood. Yeah. The whole evolution. I'm sorry. I haven't gotten an S rank on this stage, which gives me an excuse to play it again. That's gonna be a feast. I'm guaranteeing it. Like I find it funny how like all of Meta Knight's stuff, all the treasures you can get with Meta Knight are like cool references and characters and whatnot. And then all of Dedede's Perler Bead treasures are food. Dedede has his priorities straight. I probably would have gotten a better rank if I ranked Val. You just gotta keep spinning. Try spinning, that's a good trick. I believe, in the case of at least the Dedede stages here, like, I believe this game actually has a lot of, like, original assets in it for the Meta Knight and Dedede stages. Like, they do reuse some set pieces and parts of Kirby stages, but I don't know if this is based off of any of Kirby's stages in specific. We're gonna start this over. Vaporeon or Flareon being left out. Did I added Vaporeon and Flareon, didn't I? Wait, hold the phone. Didn't I? Oh shoot, I don't think I did. Oops. You know what? Here's Fire Dog. Guys, look, it's my favorite browser, Firefox. Firefox is gonna go next to Ice Fox, because that makes sense. They're going to counterbalance each other. And then, I swear, if anyone says it, I will get the ban hammer. Vaporeon is great. We like Vaporeon. I will be like Dedede, and I will use my powers. Gideon, funny story. Right when Reboot Archie started in Sonic games, there's photos of someone who wrote in to show their now outdated custom pre-boot plushes of Ant and Bunny. Oh, in Sonic Grams, there's photos of someone who wrote in to that's So wait, what is Sonic Grams? Please elaborate for me. Because no one was going to make the joke, ban yourself. Okay. This is a silent playthrough now. What is Sonic Grams again? Because I've heard that title before, but I forget what it is. I've heard of that, but I don't know that. Sonic Grams was when you sent in your fan mail and they answered questions and showed off your art. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like what, the Bumblecast is now. Along with the little art segments at the end of some of the IDW comics. Okay. Some kids sent in fan mail of their handmade Bunny and Ant plushes, and as soon as they did, they rebooted, changing the designs. That child I feel bad for that kid. They must have been like, hey guys, here are these really cool plushes I made of Antoine and Bunny. And then the next issue, Archie's like, so we're rebooting everything and changing the designs. Oops. This has just been mashed beef. There we go. Ring the bell. Poor kid. That kid must have felt almost responsible. Like, I did this. It's because of me that they changed Antoine and Buddy. S rank in all stages. Did I 100% DDD go go go? I did. I don't remember if it was a kid. It's just a lot funnier to imagine it was. It is, yes, Cherry. It is funnier to imagine the suffering of a child than it is to imagine the anguish of an adult. That is kind of funny, though. Crown. Let's see what we can make, actually, first. Let's see. What is that? What is this? Can I make this? I can. It's not a crown. It's even better. It is a cake. Oh, that's a good-looking cake. Beaded cake. Cake made of fuse beads. What is it? Can I make? I can make this. Not enough fuse beads. I need more brown and black. Meta Knight, my guy, you gotta help me out. Correct. Glad we're on the same page here. Good. Here's a fun question. What is, or what was, the first video game plush you ever owned? For me, I think the first video game plush I ever owned was I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was so when Burger King made their first line of Pokemon toys, there was a couple plushies that they made, including this little Jigglypuff. I have that Jigglypuff. My dad, as I've mentioned before, used to be a garbage man, and he would find cool stuff all the time. Cool stuff that people were just throwing out for some reason. And one time, my dad found and brought home some old Burger King Pokemon toys, and one of them was that, not Jigglypuff, I'm sorry, Togepi, was a little Togepi. And so that was my first one. The second, video game plush I ever had was similar, was then when Diamond and Pearl were coming out, they did promotional toys at Burger King again, and there was a Pikachu plush, and I have that Pikachu plush. He's little and chunky and adorable. He is funnily shapen. Let's see. Shoot, I'm trying to remember. The BD and A Yoshi plush from the 90s. Nice! Hello, Teeter. Welcome back. My first game plush I owned, I think, was Wingcap Mario. I think. Maybe. Also, hi, I'm back again. The Meta Knight made me come back. Meta Knight fixes everything. Isn't he great? That's actually impossible to answer because my family has been collecting merch of media and games since the 80s and hoarding them. All right, Cherry, then what's the earliest one you remember? Let's see. I grew up with literally every game for every console, but to my first, it was Jazzware's Light Blue Modern Sonic. Nice! That's a good blush. I remember the first, video game plush I had was the, I think, was it Band Presto? I forget. It was a Band Presto, I think, Mario that I got for my birthday one year. Ooh, that was not good. Put up some beads, I did. Are ya winning, son? I am. I am, Dad. You're not my dad. My dad is asleep. I bet I'm not late. You know what? You know what I will have? I'll get in time for the next Kirby Epic Yarn stream. I will take a picture. Only an A rank. Oh, I need to do better. It was the Gordo. I will take a picture of the Kirby plush I made because I found him while cleaning the other day. I'll take a picture of him and we'll put him on the overlay. Do you still have it? Do I still have what? Mine was probably a Pikachu or something. I remember okay, so again, my dad, you know, garbage man, found cool stuff all the time. Another cool thing he found, my sister got this for Christmas one year, was the talking Celebi plush. Someone was just getting rid of it, I guess. It was either that somebody was throwing it out and it was, oh, I took damage, and it was found in the trash, or a coworker of my dad's kid had it and didn't want it anymore. And my dad's coworker knew that we were into Pokemon, and so it was like, hey, here, take this for your kids. I forget. Either way, my sister had the talking Celebi plush. Gideon, I mean, do you still have your first plush? Oh, of course. Kidding me? I hang on to everything. Yes, I still have the Togepi. I still have the Pikachu. I still have the Mario. Yeah, I always hold on to stuff like that. You want to get as much time bonuses as you can by playing this Meta Knight, so you can just keep getting more and more beats. You want to extend, because the stages are all auto-scrollers, you want to extend the length of them as much as possible. Gideon, stop playing Smash Bros. So loudly with your Minnesota friends. See, I'm your dad. No, it was Mom who called me out, Teeter. Are you saying you're my mom? Guys, Teeter's my new mom. Let's see. Send you an image of my first video game plush. Oh boy. Look at him! Her! Them it! Yes! Let's see. So this is my first video game plush. It was $5, but unfortunately someone forgot to make its right arm left to your POV. So little kid me tried to fix it by getting materials from Michael's and making a new arm for it. Unfortunately, it wasn't the same material as the plush was made of. Guys. Celebi didn't have an arm, so KG made Celebi a new arm, even if it wasn't the same material. That is the most precious, heartwarming thing you could have possibly said happened with this plush. That is delightful, and I love that. That is wonderful. So this was my first video game plush. That is amazing. I love that. I used to do stuff like that too, like when a toy would break or something would happen where I'd be like, okay, well, we'll just fix this. We'll fix him. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Slicing and dicing. Like a Dyson vacuum cleaner. That was a waste of a screen clear. Go, Sir Meta Knight. Go, Sir Meta Knight. Sir Meta Knight. The oldest plush I have from I own perspective, not production perspective, is Jazzware's Tails plush. First release. Very nice. What do you think? My mom found a Mario plush on the side of the road. She saved it, and he stays with me now. Nice! Gideon told me something sad about his first release Jazzware Tales, so I drove to my grandma's house to get mine to show him. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, my sister had the Jazzware's Tales. And keep in mind that for many years, there were many years in my life where Fang fell by the wayside, and I kind of forgot he existed, because to be fair, Sega forgot he existed. And so Tails, for the longest time, was my favorite Sonic character. and I took damage, which means I'm probably going to only get an A rank and not an S rank again on this same gosh darn stage. We're starting over. Tails was my favorite Sonic character for the longest time. And my sister had a Tails plush. It was a Jazzwares Tails plush. And she would taunt me with it. Constantly. Because she knew I wanted one. And she knew I could not get one. Because the only place you could go in our local area to get video game plushes was the Rockaway Mall or Toys R Us, which was next door to the Rockaway Mall, which was like a 45-minute drive. So we only went there for birthdays and holidays, for Christmas shopping. Forgot Fang Gideon, I'm telling him. You said, well, no, it's not. Listen, I had to rediscover him in my later years. And then I had to reclaim my lost love. You know that meme? I forget what movie it's from. I think it's from, I believe it's from Brave? It's either from Brave or How to Train Your Dragon, where the guy's like, "You're as beautiful as the day I lost you." That was me rediscovering Fang as a teenager. Let's see. I loved my stuffed animals dearly as a kid. Even my little pet hospital pony plush and small bobblehead elephant. Nice. He's mad now. I don't think any of the Porygon line got plushies until 2006. Jeez Louise. Pokemon, we understand you're trying to censor the existence of Porygon, but just give them the lad so much. I don't have a Gallade plush. That's sad. I don't have a Gallade plush. I have, like, next to no Pokemon plushes. I think I have 2. Well, 4, I have 4 Pokemon plushes. I have the aforementioned Burger King Togepi and Pikachu, and then I have a Chespin plush and a Totodile plush. How to Train Your Dragon 2. Thank you, Jay. Those are the only Pokemon plushes. I don't have Gallade. I don't have Cinderace. I don't have Zoroark. I don't have, like, any of my favorite Pokemon as plushes. I have Chespin, which, like, okay, that's close. I love Chespin. I love Chestnut. Chestnut's one of my favorites. You know what? We're just going to take our lumps. We are just going to take our lumps. 1 lump or 2? 2. Go. I don't know, I think the first Porygon plush I had was either Porygon 2 or Porygon Z. It was like a super rare Japanese keychain or something. Ooh, keychain plushes are fun. They're small. They're friend-shaped. They're friend-sized. I don't have the plush currently, but I sent a photo of my first plush I have ever given, and I absolutely adored it. Look at this little feller! Look at. Pet hospital. This is sweet. This is adorable. Ooh, pet hospital unicorn. That is adorable. That reminds me of we used to get plushes out of claw machines all the time. I remember Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut used to be a big deal for my family because our local Pizza Hut was that's where my parents went on their first date. We went there as kids for like countless birthdays and whatnot because it was fine dining. It was cool, and they had a claw machine. I'll do like one more. I'll do one more try on Meta Knight stage 4, and then we'll close out for the night. Not a oh, is it just a horse? It's just a horse. I'm so used to seeing oddly colored horses and them being unicorns. Either way. But yeah. I remember I got, I still have all of these too. There was like, there were little dinosaurs that we got. There was a St. Bernard plush I have that I still have, that I got out of one of those. Yeah, claw machines were the best. And yes, sometimes they were very cheap and would let go of the things before you want to let go of them. And other times it was genuinely skill-based. If there was a, like, if you were going for something from the claw machine, I would usually let my older brother handle the controls for me. Because he was good at claw machines. He could usually get them. Let's see. They've been making up for it. Porygon OG has had a sizable resurgence in merch since the last year. Yes, I saw those pictures of you at the Pokemon trading card game tournament with your Porygon plush. I was like, hey, he brought Porygon with him. That's awesome. I buy doll clothes and props from Walmart for my knack plushes. They have outfits and laptops and school supplies and the works. That's awesome. You'd be surprised the great stuff you can find on Walmart. UFOs. Meta Knight! Getting stuck in a wall and dropping all your beads. Good job, Meta Knight! Ah! Porygon got love many years later. Hey, but that's better than nothing. I sent a plush I wish I had. Found it on Amazon just now. Oh. That plush will be the last thing we have for tonight. Ow. Got it. Okay. Ow. Okay, so probably the better option here is to focus on the smaller enemies and then use your screen clear move to actually damage the main boss, or just take a lot of damage. That's also an option. Ow! For as many beads as I have earned, I have lost. There we go. Finish! Why can't Meta Knight pick up his beads? Is he stupid? Meta Knight, what's wrong? Oh, hey, we got a better score that time. Got an A rank, which means we get some new Perler beads. Let's see what Teeter sent. Scared Luigi. I bought this. Okay, so this Luigi doll I have held this Luigi. I have held this Luigi. I bought this Luigi. I don't own this Luigi. Let me explain. When I bought my Luigi's Mansion statues, my beloved Luigi's Mansion statues that I talk about all the time, whoever sold those plushes to the store, or those statues, also must have sold them this as part of a Luigi's Mansion collection. My sister's birthday was coming up. Fun fact, it's my sister's birthday today. Or at least it was. It was until about 1 minute ago. And so I bought her this Luigi. Part of me wishes I kept him for myself. But I saw it. I thought of my sister. I thought, hey, my sister loves Luigi's Mansion as much as I do. She'd probably really like this Luigi plush. So I got it for her. That being said, I do not own a Luigi plush. And that makes me very sad. He will go right. We are almost out of room. He will go on the logo by the other Luigi. He stacks them onto his sword. Ah, that's true. Yeah, just dunk, 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 dunk. It's like those ring toss games. You know, like those baby ring toss games. Okay. But I was given that by my great-grandpa since I was a baby, apparently, and from what my mother described, I never let go of that pony plush by taking it everywhere with me. Apparently, like I have some emotional attachment to it. That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, KG. I really appreciate that. Cherry sent a plush. We will add this plush before the night ends. Cherry, I'm looking. I don't see anything. I see Boney. Or not Boney. I'm sending you a plush. Oh, I'm sorry. You're sending me a plush. Let's make up some... let's quick make a couple perler beads. What's that big thing? That big thing that Dedede had that we couldn't make. Can I make that now? I can. Let's make the big thing. It's huge. Oh my gosh, it's a gingerbread house. Oh my gosh, it is a gingerbread house. With the works. Beaded gingerbread house. That is delightful. Alright, let's take a quick look. Me. Cherry sent this and said you. It's me, guys. There's a plush of me. Are you ready for the Gideon plush? Check this out. Check this out. Where did it save to? Guys, it's me! Whoa! You'd think they'd have more Kirby-related bead picks. There are. Those are the ones you unlock as Meta Knight. The ones you unlock as Dedede are the foods. Well then, Christmas in March! Woo! Well then, this has been an absolutely delightful stream. I have really enjoyed this. Yeah, Beginner's Guide to Rubber Hose Cartooning. I would say that the rehearsal session went very well. I think it's going to go even better on Tuesday. So wish me luck. Hey, I made it in time. It's him, literally him. Keith is here. He's met me in person. He knows me. He knows that this is what I really look like. He knows. Hi. But yeah. I think it's going to go well on Tuesday. Wish me luck. Break a leg, you know, all that. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. It is late. I am tired. I'm gonna go. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. This was an absolutely wonderful and delightful stream. Thank you for indulging me with the practice session of Rubber Hose Cartoons. And yeah, thank you for all the plushes, because holy Toledo, we've like filled out this entire overlay. I am impressed. I am so proud of this community. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. Have a wonderful and blessed night. And as always, as we say in the cartoons, that's all, folks!